So congratulations of becoming a partner.
Thank you.
I
I
know.
haven't announced it yet, but thank you so much. Yeah, thank you yourself as well.
Wait, we got a
Yeah,
world
now it's
exclusive.
out there. The cat's out
Exclusive.
of the bag.
Listen, these podcasts already like above like 5K views just because of this announcement. Mao is a partner. Hi everyone, Indez here. In the following conversation with Mao, one of the best content creators of Diablo Immortal, specialized and very well known for his world first. Many say that he's probably the best leveler in Diablo Immortal. His feats, they don't stop there. In his channel, he has many guides, a spreadsheet that he's famous for. So to support this podcast, please make sure you subscribe, or if you want, you can join as a member. This is one of the highest quality pieces that I put in this channel. So dear friends, please enjoy Mao. Hi everyone, welcome to another podcast, and today we bring you the amazing content creator of Diablo Immortal, Mao. If you don't know him, please go check his YouTube channel. It is insane. I'm a big fan of him, and today we are talking about the state of PvE with a lot of topics that we're gonna cover. We're gonna cover the PvE class tier list. We're going to also do a tier list for game modes. We're also going to do events, XP, leveling, warbands, pet systems, and so many other things that we're going to speak. But first, I want Mao to present himself to the audience. Go for it.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Mao, and I'm really pleased to be here and really pleased to be invited by Indez. So just to speak a bit about myself, I'm a really huge fan of the Diablo franchise. And I started playing all the way back in Diablo 2. Initially, I wasn't such a huge, blaster, grinder, whatever you want to call it. But the turning point for me is when I started playing Diablo 3 and I saw the world first clear. I'm not sure if you know about Barbarian. But I saw the world first clear from him in Inferno difficulty, and that was kind of the turning point for me. I was just like switched gears into becoming more of a grinder, and I was like, how is this guy min-maxing his character so much? I just wanted to be like him, So this is what kind of really made the switch for me to become more of a grinder player and look more about min-maxing my character. So when Diablo Immortal was first introduced, I'm not sure if you remember it, Indez, but yeah, there was kind of a meme about it in BlizzCon.
Oh yeah. Do you have phones?
Yeah, the "Do you have phones" meme, and I just remember that the game didn't really look for me. I'm more of a PC gamer. I'm not gonna lie. So
same.
It was so with it being only released on phone, and they said that we have no plans for it to be on PC. So I was like, okay, should I really pick this game up? Is it gonna be for me? And I think when I saw basically a video from Wadijo, who's another creator from Diablo 3.
A blaster. Oh my god, he's so
he's a huge blaster. Oh my, another huge blaster. And I'm just name dropping all of the blasters of Diablo 3 at this point. But basically he made a video saying that he was recruiting for a clan in Diablo Immortal. And I was like, isn't this game only on phones? Like, what's going on? So I read about the game, and I think in April, just before the game released in June, I think at the end of April, they said, we have plans to make it into a PC client, a PC port. And I was like, okay, like those two things combined, I was like, okay, PC port, one of my favorite content creators is making a clan. Let's just send it. Let's just send it and see what happens. Pay to win, not pay to win. Yeah, full send it. Yeah, exactly. And that's and that's where I started basically playing with Diablo Immortal.
Yeah. So you were a
now
day
we're
one
2
player.
years down the line.
Sorry? You were a day one player. So
yeah, I was a day one player. Yeah, I started in June in Wadijo's clan. And eventually, I think a few weeks down the line, he made me into an officer. So I kind of learned all about the clan system and all of this. And I got really into the game, just pushing everything, learning about all the systems, all the pay-to-win mechanics, and how to kind of... I didn't really want to... I'm not the kind of guy who spends so much into one game. If you tell me, okay, $100 in a game, I'm like, okay, if I really like the game, I'll support it. But I didn't really envision myself to be,
Come on.
Another game.
Come on.
Yeah. But yeah, now 2 years down the line, Diablo Immortal has come a really far away, and it's made just huge improvements. So I'm really glad to be here to be talking with you about it. And I mean, I'd love to hear your story, because I've been speaking now for God knows how many minutes. I'd love to hear more about you and your story.
Also, you know what? Just for everyone, this is an excuse for me to also meet you. Okay, I'm a huge fucking fanboy. I love your videos. I binge watched it when I was a newbie. I wanted, let me see these spreadsheets. Let me see more spreadsheets. You know, I know you about your spreadsheet. Okay, I know about it. So
thank you so much.
No, I love it, man. I love nerds like you, Orats. You know, like people they like to crush numbers, because I'm not exactly like that. So I really admire that people, you know, like they give me the information and then I can feed it, and then I'm like very good at processing it and coming up with solutions. But going into the numbers and being like very picky about it is not my thing. But let me just present myself. Well, if you don't know me, my name is Indez. Well, I make nowadays Diablo content, and well, I really enjoy to play Diablo Immortal. I started to play 6 months ago as a meme, and as you said, like you know, Diablo Immortal came at a time that I was expecting Diablo 4. And it came like as a, I don't know, I think when I saw that announcement, all the Diablo fan players, because I used to play Diablo 3, I level up before the expansion, Barbarian, of course.
The spin to win.
The spin to win. Oh, man, that's one thing. I hope, please, Blizzard, if you want to do something for me, fix Whirlwind. It's so dog shit in this game. Please just fix it. I love spin to win. I got to...
I was... Just to say, I was nodding my head so hard when you made this point. You made this point in Crane, the podcast with Crane, which is the last podcast that you did. Yeah. And if you guys haven't watched that, I would urge you guys to watch that. It was just amazing watching two legend barbarians just sharing their opinions, and they really did a good job with that video. So I'd really urge you guys to watch it. But yeah, when I heard you making that point about the spin to win Barbarian, it's just such a fun way to play the class. And I'm really surprised that until now Blizzard hasn't. I mean, we'll talk more about the PvE state of every class, and I'm sure we'll mention this again. But I'm really surprised that this hasn't come like in a fully fledged form in Diablo Immortal yet. Yeah. This is like one thing that
is one of the most popular. Like if you go to Diablo 4, you have the Ulta build, and you have the spin to win, right? But you know, going back to the Diablo 3, I could really know Hyperion, man. I'm also he's one of the goats in the RPGs. I also love to mid-max. I fell in love with mid-maxing around like Diablo 3. I think that's where my brain started developing a bit, you know, a bit more, so I could understand like how these things work. So right now, of course, like if you're playing Diablo Immortal, it has this complexity, but way down the line when it compares like to games like Path of Exile, Diablo 4, even like Diablo 3 back then, which is like a more casual play game, right? So I'm really excited to play a more casual version, because as you said, PC in the mobile actually for me is very useful, because I used to play on the phone, but I actually uninstalled it because you know, it was a bit disrupting my personal life, so I only have an iPad on the PC. But you know, I feel I really like that flexibility, but I'm really excited for Diablo 4, and maybe we can play together. Who knows?
I love it, man. Sign me up to that. I want to ask you a bit more about the mobile game side of things, because you said that you're used to playing on phone. Have you played mobile titles before?
Yeah.
How does Diablo Immortal compare to those? I mean, would you say? How would you say?
Okay, so I used to play a different genre, which is more like strategic. Okay. You have a heroes collector, you know, and you have a team of like 3 or 5 heroes, and you have to beat the boss, or you have to beat another player. So there was not a lot like active gameplay. Like for example, AFK Arena is a very popular title now. Like that's a AFK phone that you pretty much just put your heroes and then you set it up and then just let it roll, right? Diablo Immortal, it is a fully fleshed game. I compare it as a for example, I also I didn't play Genshin Impact, but I played Honkai Star Rail, like those kind of anime.
Yes.
Very high quality in terms of like story. You may think like it's fucking cringe to play anime girls and be a weeb and
no,
things.
No, at all, not.
But
I don't judge.
Hey, I'm a big fan of in general anime, and I love it. And I feel like those games, if you put a bit aside, like the anime woo woo kind of thing, those games are actually very enjoyable. But you can't really you can't like really mid max like too much. It is a very casual game.
It's limited. It's kind of limited.
But Diablo,
compared to Diablo,
for me, it hits right at home. Okay, it is like. Mobile, which I like. I don't mind at all the pay to win thing, and I see so many people like bashing me about the free to play, and I'm not free to play, and all these things. Okay, come on, man. But the main thing is like I enjoy to play free to play to beat spenders. That's where I get like the most enjoyment by mid maxing, and like you were saying, mid maxing. Like if you play ARPGs. And you don't like to mid-max, you're probably playing the wrong category for you. That's just my opinion. You should.
I mean, unless you really like role playing or like like being like just playing the classes just for the visuals or for the story, that could be like the other angle, I guess.
Yeah, but mainly, for that you have like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy
or 100% agreed.
Other games that are more. Role playing, like more world building, which Diablo is like dungeons back to back, grind, and kill. So I like it. I love it. It is my thing, but it's not for everyone. But for me, I love Diablo Immortal. It was a freaking surprise. I thought it was going to be such a big meme. You see all these YouTubers, like you're saying, who do you go? I saw Rax. Speaking about it
as well, another big name,
and everyone was just like, all of a sudden it's just like big hype, and all of a sudden like huge drop off. Everyone speaking about the pay to win, but I'm a mobile gamer. I know pay to win, man. It didn't come as a surprise for me, but I can understand if you're a PC gamer only, like you're gonna be shocked. I
was shocked. I was indeed really shocked, just coming from PC to mobile. I mean, I guess nowadays gaming is more, becoming more of an expensive hobby, more and more. But in those days,
only
when the game first released, especially being, especially being a Diablo franchise, and I'm used to the Diablo franchise, this was kind of a huge shock to me. Yeah. And
especially it's such a hardcore audience.
Yeah. So
let's go dive into a hot topic now. PvE or class tier list. I think we can start speaking about it, right? Because you already spoke a bit about like the state. I mean, okay, what do you think is the state of like Diablo Immortal like right now, like when it comes to PvE?
So for PvE, I would say the game has come a long way since it was released. It was actually pretty clunky, I would say, for a few of the skills that we had when the game first released, and also the class balance in terms of what you could play and what was viable in terms of PvE. It wasn't as fleshed out as it is now, and I'd say that variety and flexibility has kind of come a long way, and it has improved greatly as the game has progressed. So that would be kind of the main thing. Like if for a day one player compared to how the game is now, if you're, let's say, a returner player, I think that you'd be extremely surprised how far the game has come in terms of PvE and what options there are available for each class.
Yeah, I completely agree, because like for example, from my perspective, I've been only playing for 6 months, right? So the game is already being developed for 1 year and a half. So in that sense, it's the first time I'm playing a mobile game that I'm not a day one player, because usually I play the launch and I go through the shitty things that the game has to fix, because that's how it goes. And then after 1 year, you are enjoying the full game. Okay, it feels like now we are the beta testers, and then in 1 year come back to the game, and you have a full game to play. So that's how I feel. Okay, even though Diablo Immortal has a lot of problems that we'll speak about. But I feel like overall it is just such a solid game. Like there's a few things here and there, but I feel like the experience that I have, it is quite enjoyable. It is it actually, it's not exactly what I was expected. Actually, does the opposite. It went above the expectation that I had, because my expectations were like a very trash game, with just pay to win systems, and the pay to win is there 100%, but I still like that. That's what I'm trying to shed the light, that you can be free to play and still be really good. And PvE is a joke. Okay, let's be honest, it's a joke. Like even as a free to play, you're gonna just smash everything, but that doesn't mean like it's not fun.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, definitely.
So, PvE class tier list. Okay. Well, let's start. From the best class. The first, right?
I know what's going. I know what's going.
Barbarian. We are doing these in alphabetic order. Okay, Mo had the idea. I completely fucked up the order, but he helped me with his big brain to fix the order. So thank you for teaching me the alphabet. I really appreciate. I didn't know that at 30 I was gonna learn the alphabet again. So Barbarian, what do you think?
Well, Barbarian is an incredibly good class in my opinion. In all PvE, PvP, even after the recent nerf that we had, I would say Barbarian is still incredibly strong. And the variety also, the main thing I think, which also you talked about with Crane, I remember, is the variety that we have to play is just insane. There's the Hota builds, there's the spin to win builds, we've got primary attack builds, we've got the kind of turtle build also, which I saw that Crane was talking about. That made me laugh so hard with the passive kind of you have the cleave spinning around you, the chain spears around you, this kind of play style. And on top of that, it's super tanky. Like it's just, I would say it's in a very good spot compared to how it was when it first released. And it's just, for me, it's probably one of the best classes to play, in my opinion, for PvE. And if you like this kind of archetype of like being tanky, leading the front line of your team, this is just an incredible class to play, in my opinion. What do you think?
I think it's fucking awesome. That's what I think. It's just one thing that I want people to understand is that I don't play Barbarian because it's OP. I play Barbarian because I played all the classes, okay? All the 8 classes in the game. And then I got all to Mastery 4. And then I decided, okay, what is the most fun? And I picked Barbarian way before the Spartusk being OP. There was no Spartusk. It was like, I saw those chains coming out, and I was like, man, that's my class. That's my fucking class right there. I just love it. So I agree with you. I think like Barbarian. Now I feel like you said right. Like in the beginning of the game, maybe you didn't have as many stats, as many like gems, as many things.
Yeah, the two essence made a huge deal in terms of build flexibility. The extra 2 slots that we have, the offhand and the main hand weapons.
So now we're
not just for Barbarian, for all classes. I would say this was a huge step when it first came. Yeah.
So I definitely feel like Barbarian is, as the time will go with the game, will only keep scaling, because that's what the warrior, gladiator, barbarian class in general in these ARPGs does. Like it struggles in the beginning with the lack of stats, and as you keep getting stronger and stronger, it's just like the scaling is just like skyrockets. And I feel like Barbarian, it is in that spot, and I feel like it is in a great spot, especially in PvE, because it's fun. It gives damage. Not is the highest damage, but it does good damage. It buffs the party. It can give an attack buff, which nobody uses, but it does. And and you can use Sunder, which gives like 30% more damage buff. 34% from the armor shred from your shoulders. So it's just like, why would you not have at least one barbarian in your party? Like it's such a great class. Really good at speed farming. Really good at new modes. Vanguard. It's just great at everything. Is a S plus S tier. Let's say S tier.
Yeah, I agree. I would put it up there in the S tier. So let's just, I mean, we've talked about all the positives about Barbarian. Maybe we could try find, what would you say? I want to ask you, I know I hope that you don't say no weaknesses and you can't only see the rosy side of the Barbarian. I'd love to hear your opinion. What do you think improvements or weaknesses could there be for the Barbarian compared to other classes? I mean, we already talked about the Whirlwind, having the infinite Whirlwind. That's like the wish list, I know.
You snatched my answer. Now I don't know what to say, man. That's the only weakness I can see.
Well, I have a question actually for you. I have a question for you for Barbarian, because when I first switched to Barbarian, the Barbarian class in Diablo Immortal, one thing which I struggled for farming, or I didn't really understand, and I don't think the game does a very good job of explaining it.
No, that's why they watch us.
For the speed farming, we have the sprint skill, which people love to use, and we have the Wrath of Berserker, which actually is one of probably, if I had to pick one skill for the whole Diablo franchise, I would say Wrath of the Berserker. The whole Super Saiyan transformation, that's probably my favorite.
That's why I don't need Battle Pass skins, man. I don't need Battle Pass skins. I'm always in Berserker mode, man. Like that's my natural state, always in Berserker.
Yeah, but when I first played this class, I didn't really understand kind of why my character was slowing down sometimes. Have you had that experience where just you're kind of sprinting, you press your Wrath, and you feel like, why is there this speed decrease?
I just love you, because you literally are like delivering the answer into a play to me. So thank you for that. No, 100%. There is a huge, massive bug when it comes to Barbarian, that every time you put this Rat of the Berserk, you increase your size. The main issue is like you increase your size, but the speed of your character, it is still the same. So it feels like you transformed, but you're still the same speed as you were when you were smaller, you know? So that's, for those I don't know, like you just, you transform into this big guy and you're just gonna smash everything, because that's the feeling that you get. So there is this bug that you need to auto attack to do like a skill animation, a leap, a whirlwind, like something that will make you move the character. And now you feel like in the coding system, it updates the speed accordingly to the new size change. So that's what happened. If I had to change something, it's like literally 100% automated.
This needs to be fixed. I feel like this has been in the game since day one. There's just so many things like this, small things like this, which aren't really explained, and they've been in the game since day one. And I believe that they do need to fix this. It would just make the Barbarian so much smoother to play. Like, in my opinion, I
was also like, I didn't understood. Like, I started playing Barbarian.
Why are you slowing down? Yeah, why am I slowing down?
And I think I saw a video or something. Like, I feel like everyone finds by watching a video.
Yeah, they just find it by randomly watching a video from someone, and someone will just mention it. Like, it's like one of those things you just get used to, I feel like. And it's just unfortunate.
But we are not talking about like a very small increase of speed. Like, we are literally talking about like, you're going at 70% movement speed, and all of a sudden you're just like using Bolt kind of speed, like you just you do one auto attack, and now you're like all these massive, like it's such a big difference when it comes to the speed, especially if you have like the Warband size increase. Then you have like the Rat, and you have, what is the other one, the Brawler, like the Brawler also.
The Brawler Paragon Tree.
So why certain these are just a off topic. There was one time I was farming open world with this Crusader, and the guy was like, "How the fuck you're so fast?" And he just didn't understand, like because the people say and think, and it is true, like Crusader is insanely fast at farming in PvE, but they forget like Barbarian not only gets like these two, like the Paragon and the Warband, but also he has the Rat on top of it.
Wrath of Berserker.
That makes it like the fastest class to farm. It's just like,
if they fix this bug, I think that it would be 100. No, there would be no question about it. It would probably overtake Crusader in my opinion.
100%.
So this thing where you have to primary attack or whirlwind every couple of seconds is what kind of
It's not
probably
every
the thing which frustrates me the most.
Okay. So let me just correct you, because if it's happening to you every few seconds, it means like you don't have enough 100% uptime. Okay, so you have to go beyond
of wrath or of sprint.
Of rat. Sprint doesn't matter. Sprint doesn't matter. It's like you transform, you do the auto attack. Okay, if you're always in berserk, you will always have the movement speed.
I got it.
When you go out of berserker, and then
even if it's for a split second, even if it's for like the split second, you're gonna feel rough. I see.
So that's how.
This is eye opening for me, man. Thank you. I just learned something new from the podcast.
I taught someone I taught something. Listen, my job is done here. I taught something to him. Hey. Oh, thank you for watching. So that's the mechanic. Like. You get big, you do the auto attack or the skill, and then as long as you have, usually I go way beyond 100%. So even like if you because like the game is also like a bit picky, like you know what I'm talking about, like the cooldown sometimes like it doesn't feel like really right. So you just have to push a bit further your beneficial effects or your skill cooldown, and you're gonna be fine. You always all the time like just blasting like in open world. So I can see you didn't watch my guide.
No, don't say that. No, I'm a huge fan of your videos. I'm a huge fan of your videos. Especially, I think the first time I saw you, I think I've already mentioned this to you, but I'll say it here. The first time I saw you was when I saw the video where you reached the level 30 gear, and it popped up on my YouTube feed, and I was like, "Huh? Who is this? Who is this guy?" I saw the name. I was like, "I never seen this name in my life before." I was like, "Who is this player? Who is?" I clicked the video. I was like, "Okay, this guy. Yeah, this guy's an insane grinder. You did it in something like 4 months or something, which was just insane, mind blowing to me. Because this is something for me I've been doing incrementally over a 2 year period.
You're not level 30 yet, or you are now?
No, I am. I have a full. Yeah, I have a full level 30.
Otherwise, I could coach you.
Yeah, but this was that was my first kind of introduction to you. So that was insane. I will be watching. I mean, for sure, when I switch back to Barbarian, I'd love to see more of you. I've been seeing your recent videos with the Hota, one shot, one hit kill, and I was watching a bit of it today, and I was like insane. I saw you with like 24 kill streak, just popping off on everyone. It's like a whack-a-mole build. You're just like going around killing everyone.
So tell me, how is that not fun? Why do you want me to play other class at this moment? Like there is for me no reason to play other class, because like Barbarian is legit the most fun. For me. Even today I did a video about like the wild brawler. I literally just thought, because I have like these random thoughts in my head, when I think about like doing a guide or something, I was like, how can I do this in a hardcore way? So, for example, now we have the Wild Brawler, which is like the Battle Royale, like Fortnite kind of thing. And I went there and it's like, okay, let me go like with the auto build. I made like a build like really fast. And I want to go solo queue. And I'm gonna carry the shit out of this. You go. It's just like you have like this theory, like you do this theory. Can
the I mentality? It's like going in with the winner mentality. I think they call it the winner mentality.
Yeah. So I literally just did 10 games, and I solo carried like 9 of them. One was literally impossible because there was like a whale pre-made. But hey, that's how usually I think about things, and it's just fun. It's just fun, like the things you can do. I'm sure. Listen, if you're a bard right now, or if you're not, please go enjoy it while you can, because this shit is not gonna last. Okay, if Blizzard is watching my videos, I am sure. So it's not gonna last long. So just have fun. But you know what? I'm not like personally attached to Barb. It's like I'm not a diehard Barb. I love Barb. I played Barb in Diablo 3, 4. Now I'm playing here, but if I have to play other class, I'll play, as long as it's like more fun than Barbarian. Hey, let's go. So let's move on, talking about another so just S tier.
Final. I would say final answer S tier. I'd say for PvE.
So the next one, Blood Knight. What do you think about it?
Blood Knight, I would say, Yeah, Blood Knight is. I mean, when it came out, I haven't played Blood Knight in a long time, but when it came out, I used to play so much of this class. It was just so interesting to me having this vampire kind of hybrid class coming in. It's like a melee range hybrid, you know.
Super cool concept.
The cinematic, I think the cinematic was so cool for this game. This is one thing that props to Blizzard, because the cinematics and the way they hype up like new classes or new releases is always amazing. Not just for Diablo Immortal, like the whole Diablo 4 cinematics. Have you seen some of them? They're so beautiful.
Yeah, 100%. I binge watch Blizzard. I'm a huge Blizzard fanboy. But not to the point that I don't criticize the company also, because I know the faults, you know, like I'm not blind to it.
100%, yeah. That's one of the things about content creation. You kind of have to stay authentic to yourself and like always voice your opinion, whether it be negative, because the game is never going to improve. I mean, we're all here at the end of the day doing this podcast because we want the game to improve at the end of the day, and we want to see it grow. We don't want to see this game die. So whenever we're negative about something, that's something that maybe the commenters or people don't realize. Whenever we're negative about something, it's more of constructive criticism that we're trying to give about the game, and we want the game to improve. But
just let me add one point there, that I feel like also it's healthy for players and creators to not get like super emotionally attached to a game. Okay, if you're not having fun on the game, just uninstall the game. There's like thousands of games out there. You're probably gonna have more fun. Like if you're constantly whining about the game, doing constantly whining videos about the game, probably you're not having fun, or you're just like farming, you know, like negativity clickbait. Like personally, I'm not a huge fan of that. I like to stay like on the other lane, that, you know, I'll be critical about the game, but I'm just not going to be a whiny bitch, you know? So personally, I feel like Blizzard, the games they have, like they're hard games, and objective and constructive feedback comes way further than just like constantly whining about. For example, we just had like these huge that we're also going to speak about on the Warbands, but huge blow up when it came like to the Warband, because now we have a raise to 12 members, and oh my god, the raise are 8 members. Bro, just don't invite. Like, why are you just like being such a drama queen about this shit, you know? So what I'm trying to say is, like, as a player, if any change that is in the game, you're gonna whine about it, there is not going to be any changes, and the developers will be like, man, I'm like, we are scared to do any change, because any change we do, everyone seems to hate it. So be objective, praise or criticize whenever it's proper, but don't always go over the board when it comes to the criticism. Because I don't think that's positive for anyone.
Complaining for the sake of complaining, I think, is the problem.
It comes from frustration.
I think, is good. It comes from frustration and anger. Exactly. When it's good to just take a breath, take a step back, exactly like you said, and just try to maybe even try to offer some solutions or different ways that how the game could improve. And I think that's the way that we can grow, that the game can grow, the community can grow, and we'll just see the game improving and evolving. If people have that mentality, in my opinion.
100%. And for you know, the audience that doesn't know, like right now, I don't know how we used to be a partner, Diablo partner before, but also congratulations of becoming a partner. You know, like
thank you. You know, I haven't announced it yet, but thank you so much. Thank you yourself as well.
Wait, we got a world exclusive.
World exclusive. Out of the bag.
Listen, these podcasts already like above like 5K views just because of this announcement. Mao is a partner. But you know, like, just to give some behind the scenes, because I think also it's interesting for the viewers. We have a new community manager, which I also think people give him a lot of shit. You know, community manager is just like the bridge between players and developers, and you know, I can see like he's trying, but he's not like the Superman, you know. So there is like, is keep asking for feedback for, like, I cannot go into a lot of details because of NDA, and I don't want Blizzard to be FBI.
Dude, he's gonna come for you. They're gonna come for you hard. So, knock on your door.
Just I just want to say that creators, especially the new partners and the old partners as well, they've been there like forever, have always been giving feedback, and if things are not implemented, is not because of the fault of creators. Okay, like, we try, but you know, at the end of the day,
100%.
it's not our game and it's not our decision.
100% agree. But the developers, I mean, they are trying. I mean, from what I can see, I was kind of surprised because I know that a few creators have already been in the partner program before, but I was kind of surprised that they're still looking for new people, new faces, new opinions. So they definitely want the game to keep going. This game is, in my opinion, is going to be here for years to come. So we should try our best to kind of give the developers feedback and try and make sure that they can take the game in a good direction, in a direction that we want to kind of enjoy and play the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. So, Blood Knight.
Yeah, back to Blood Knight. Yeah, we got sidetracked. I feel like we're going to get sidetracked a lot.
No, it's fine. Well, listen, this is a conversation. This is a conversation. It is what it is. I wanna say that Blood Knight was my first class. That's the one that started the game. I feel like the concept design, like you said, is just unbelievable. Like there is no other Blood Knight in any Diablo franchise that you can play. Maybe like on the 1 or 2, I don't know because I didn't play those. But on the 3 and the 4th, I'm sure...
it's the first. Yeah, it's the first. Same for Tempest, actually. Both of them was first time. That's actually amazing. That's amazing in itself that we're getting these new classes in this mobile game.
It is fucking awesome.
This is like insane to me. Yeah. People are complaining about this, but there's just so many positives, in my opinion, about this.
Because that's legit the number one reason why I played. Okay, maybe first I was bored from like between seasons of Diablo 4, and maybe second the Blood Knight, because I never played and I kind of wanted to try, and it was a very, very enjoyable experience. I loved it. The main issue with the Blood Knight, I feel like it's like the jack of all trades, master of none. It's like it does everything like super good, but it doesn't excel exceptional well at anything. At least at this current stage. Some old man back in the day, Blood Knight was the shit. I didn't play that. So if it was awesome, I also hear that Monk is also like was really good, but it's 2024, man. Now it's not. So I'll give probably to Blood Knight. I'll put in a B tier.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's just because I don't see a reason to bring a Blood Knight. Like there is literally like you have better armor breaks, I think, in other classes like Barb or I don't know, Wizard maybe. With the Disintegrate, I think it has an armor break. Damage is very average. I mean, they are tanky, but what do you think? Like, do you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. I would say B+ in my opinion. Blood Knight. Blood Knight has, I would say, there's two parts to it. There's one is like the smoothness, how smooth the class is to play in PvE, and the other part is just like raw damage. You can talk about raw damage, and for raw damage, I would say, I mean, I've seen some really impressive clips, even though I haven't played this class in a while. I've seen some really impressive clips of it on the dummy, especially doing insane numbers. So it still has potential, in my opinion, for damage. And I think Aura, to be honest, is playing. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's playing this class or about to release some guides for it. So I'm sure we'll see some even more shenanigans for this class coming soon.
Definitely, but, I hope so. I love Blood Knight.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not giving BT. It's just like that's how I felt like after like I played like 2 or 3 months ago. And I love like you had the bats going around. That was pretty cool. Like we had the siphon. The whole thing felt good, but after playing the other classes, I have to say like the experiences. But I agree with you that if you're just starting the game, I feel like Blood Knight is pretty much like one of the best classes to level.
Yeah, for the 1 to 60 experience, I would say it's definitely one of the stronger classes.
Yeah.
So the one thing I would say, the one thing compared to Barbarian as well, the problem is you have like the main mobility. One of the main mobilities for Blood Knight is the Sanguinate. The blood skill that turns you.
The
problem, I'm not sure if this has changed, but when I picked up the class when it was first released, you couldn't attack while you're in this you're in this state. You could have had like your gems maybe proccing or like AoE effects proccing, but as far as I know, you're not able to attack while in this mode. The only thing that you'd have is maybe the dashes. All of the dashes that you have, like the whirling strike or the skewer, those would kind of you kind of make a build around that and be able to kind of make your way through like open world farming or dungeons.
Yeah,
but this was the main problem. That's the main. Yeah,
that's what I used to play. I used to play Screward. It's not Whirlwind. It's like the Whirl something.
Whirling Strike.
The
dash,
and the dash and in the Sanguine.
Siphon Blood.
Siphon Blood, Screw. Yeah. That was my
that was the OG build. Yeah, that was the OG build.
It was like really fast and it definitely a really good PvE build. But then you go, like I said, you go play other classes and you see like their classes doing better.
One thing which is really important, I think, to mention about PvE is there's some classes which have. I mean, in my opinion, I'll just say like a broad thing. In my opinion, all the classes can deal very good damage.
Yeah.
So damage
damage is not a problem.
Damage is not a problem. Yeah. There's some things to consider, which is the how smooth the class to play is, right? The survivability maybe of the class, and also the sustain of the class. And that's something which I think is overlooked a lot of the time, because there's something very common about Barbarian and Blood Knight in the fact that they both have life drain effects and they're able to sustain by themselves without any other support. For example, Barbarian has the main hand, the Roar of Persuasion, I think it's called, or something which gives you the life drain.
Yeah.
The Blood Knight has the pants, which are, I think, the Swarm of Bats pants, where you regain life based off your Swarm of Bats. So I think this is something actually that's kind of, for me, making Blood Knight a bit higher, which is why I said B+ over B tier, is that it has this sustain. Not many classes are actually able to have this life drain sustain. I think this mechanic doesn't actually exist at all for a lot of classes in the game. So that's why, like, I actually pushed this class in Challenge Rift. I remember I got a first clear with this class, and having this sustain is what saved me when I had all these mobs around me, the game lagging like crazy. You know what I mean? If you played Challenge Rift.
No, I don't know.
This was one thing that really saved me with the classes, having this kind of extra sustain. The Swarm of Bats now, especially, we have so many different options. I think there's a crit chance also. Pants, which was recently released, which I read, and it's kind of an auto include as well in some of the damage builds. But this is why I'm saying B+ in my opinion, and I think it has potential with the right build to be incredibly powerful.
I feel like, for example, Blood Knight, it is in the same spot as, for example, Necromancer, in the sense that it's not changed much since I played like months ago. So it's like it's in a very still situation. So I hope like in the next months, like they come up like with they tried to make like this abomination be a thing, but I just don't think like it is that popular between players. I never I played when I was leveling up and I said, okay, no, this dog shit, I'm not gonna play, right? Because it was just like too junky. I like to be powerful all the time. I don't like to be powerful every 30 seconds, you know. So let's talk about now Crusader. What do you think about Crusader? I know you're a huge fan of Crusader.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, I can't. I'm smiling so hard right now. You guys can't see it, but I'm smiling so hard right now. Crusader for me is one of my favorite classes, and I mean, not just for Diablo Immortal. I remember when it was announced for Diablo 3 with the Reaper of Souls, I was incredibly happy. Like, having the Crusader just has, I mean, compared to the other classes, it has the horse. So that's the kind of putting up there, and that directly gives you the movement speed buff, the maximum movement speed buff, which just makes it so smooth. And not just this as well. The good thing about Crusader, I'll say, is that for new players playing the class, you can instantly utilize this horse. There's just so many essences for the Panzer slot, that you can utilize this from the start.
Too many horses, man. Too many, man. Too many. But I agree.
Yeah, for I would say for the new player, like somebody starting day one, like being able to move at that speed, like not you can't say that about all classes. Like for a lot of classes, you have to sit there, farm your essence, which is kind of a huge time sink, just getting the right essence that you want. And some people, I mean, I will get to Necro. Necro is like a whole nother thing about that, but just Crusader just has this flexibility that it kind of works with the horse straight out. Like as soon as you switch to the class, you're able to kind of maintain this speed, and it just feels really smooth. And just having the extra, finding the essence, it just makes it even more smoother to play. But it's already at a good state. Yeah, it's already a good state in my opinion.
Yeah, people say that the Crusader is one of the best, if not the best class to level up an alt, or the first class. Do you agree on that? Because I feel like, for example, I tried to level up a Crusader, and I completely understand what you're saying. Like, you have access to the horse, right? But it just feels like really slow in the beginning.
The damage, you mean? Or
yeah, damage animation, like compared to what you can be at late game.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be like ultra god, Super Saiyan. I feel like, for example, as a new player, I had a much better experience just like getting to the game as a Blood Knight, But
I can kind of agree. I can kind of see where you're coming from. I kind of agree with that. The thing which has changed with Crusader, which I really like, is that we're able to cast more skills while on the horse. When the Crusader was first released,
that's what we need to do to Bard. That's all I'm asking. Do exactly what you did to Crusader, which makes perfectly sense. They also did to Monk, because Monk, every time you cast a skill, you stopping was so freaking annoying. So just do the same for Barb when it comes to the Whirlwind. That's all I'm asking. I'm sorry, this was a small rant. Sometimes I get too excited.
So now we have the Holy Banner. I mean, the big thing was the really powerful skill of Crusader, and the thing that a lot of Crusaders I wouldn't recommend you to play without. The two skills are the Drawn Quarter, the horse, and the Holy Banner. Like, the Holy Banner is not only a huge boost for yourself, but also for the party.
Yeah.
So the great thing is, when the game first released, we weren't able to cast this banner while mounted. And now we have Conjuration of Light also. That's another one that I missed. The immunity. How could I forget about that?
Yeah.
It's probably because of the Spartas meta recently that I've completely forgotten about.
It's out of the meta.
It's out of the meta now. But we have access to just so many more skills compared to before that we're able to use while mounted, which is what makes I feel like that's why probably a lot of players, when, let's say, older players, when they picked up the Crusader, they didn't feel like it was as powerful to do as much damage as it is doing now. But yeah, I feel like Crusader is in a pretty good spot for PvE. Where would I rate Crusader? Let's think about this for a bit. What's your rating? I'm curious to hear.
I think it's the best PvE class, 100%, and I love Bard, but I think it's like I said on my review of the classes, it's like, is that best friend that you never had but you always want to be on your side. That's like Crusader for me, because it's a insane damage dealer in PvE, insane damage booster. Like, let's not talk like, if you're a late game, you don't even come with a crit banner. You come like with the fire banner.
The fire banner.
It's tremendous damage. And please, if you're a Crusader, don't be that cringe Crusader that goes inside dungeons without the banner, because I literally cringe every time I see that. Like, because it makes like the run, just you having the banner, because like, first of all, is one of the main reasons why you're there. Okay, it's not to do damage, but you're gonna do damage, but it's to boost everyone, and it's just like that banner alone makes the run like 50, no, I don't say 50% faster, but at least like 25% faster. It does 100%.
Agree.
So I just love when it comes to like open world terror rifts. Maybe not Vanguard as much. I didn't try it, but I think like maybe it's okay. But anything else on the PvE, you just like, you go around, you swing your sword on the horse, you're like, hey, and it's just a fun time. You'll kill everything with your auras, and I just like it. What about you?
I agree. I agree with you. The really good thing about Crusader is that, in my opinion, it's the number one support class in the game. I don't know. I mean, I know Barbarian has so many support options with the cleave, like you said, and with the Sunder, obviously. And Tempest, another one is Tempest, but we'll get to that. But Crusader, in my opinion, for the support class, having the banner and the immunity is just insane, and it makes it so that lower resonance or free-to-play players can have a huge impact, just like with the Barbarian. What's it called? Undying Rage, I think it's called. They can have a huge impact. Just doesn't matter your resonance, doesn't matter your combat rating. You can bring so much to the table just with those particular skills and the way you play. So this is why I agree. I agree with your ST rating about the Crusader. It's just
I will definitely put above Barbarian, because I agree with you. Crusader is better because, for example, if you want to go like full support in Barb, you're gonna like your damage output is gonna like decrease a lot.
You're gonna sacrifice a lot.
You're gonna sacrifice
especially if
a
you
lot.
play demoralize. The demoralize
exactly.
is gonna mess up.
Yeah. So it's like less one skill that's gonna be a bit useless. So in that sense, Crusader brings the damage and still like boosts a lot of damage. So now talking about damage, well, we got Demon Hunter. Yeah. What do you think about it?
Demon Hunter was actually my first class playing in Diablo Immortal. It was the class I leveled up with, and I mean, I would say I have a love-hate relationship with Demon Hunter. I really love the damage output, and I really love kind of the spin to win meta. I mean, I do kind of love the spin to win meta that we have with Strafe. This didn't exist back in the day.
It's amazing,
but it is very powerful. Yeah, it's extremely powerful. When Demon Hunter first came, the thing that the developers said is that this class is able to move while casting your primary attack compared to the other classes. This was like the selling point, right? Of this class. You're able to maintain mobility while dealing a huge. Whereas other classes, if you're using your primary attack, you end up stopping a lot of the time, which kind of you lose a lot of mobility with that. But recently, with all the classes kind of being able to maintain this high mobility while doing damage, I feel like Demon Hunter is kind of, the selling point that it had, which is the damage while also using your primary attacks, it isn't as high as it was before, in my opinion. But I mean, I really love this class. I really love the range kind of playstyle as well. So I would still say that this class, in my opinion, let's just think. So if we put Blood Knight in B tier, I put Blood Knight in B+. Let me think where I put Demon Hunter. I would say for PvE, the damage output is really insane as well. I have to think kind of hard about this.
Yeah.
I would say if I'm rating it compared to Blood Knight, I would say probably A tier, maybe, possibly. What do you think? What do you think about this?
I feel like, for example, Demon Hunter is that class that it is like, first it's like really fun to play the Strife build. I don't know how it was back in the day, but the main reason why I switched to Demon Hunter and I tried was like that build, and I had a lot of fun. So again, I'm always seeking for fun. In a Strife, it is 100% fun. But there is a but, because I feel like, for example, like it is not as fast as other builds, other classes.
Agree.
And for you to have like this peak, like if you're like with a Crusader, like on your party, bro, you're gonna blast, like you're literally gonna like one shot the boss, right? But this goes almost with every class, so that really makes it for me, like the biggest struggle was running dungeons and open world farming. I feel like that's where Demon Hunter like kind of struggles with it. I know that now there's like these in open world farming, some Erebban magical attributes that you can go.
Those are really good.
Yeah, really good for Demon Hunter, because now, before you were like capped at 50% movement speed. Now you can cap it at like 70%.
70%. Yeah.
So you're as fast as other classes. But the thing, like I like one thing that you said previously, like people forget sometimes the flow, how to play a class. When you're playing the class, for example, I love to play Tempest sometimes, but not all the time. It is just like too sweaty. Like, I just want to fucking farm for like 2 hours. I don't want to be like,
switch your brain off. You want to switch your brain off.
It's just like so stressful. No, I just want to, go with the Crusader or just run with the Barb, especially at open world, okay? Specific for open world. So I feel like a Demon Hunter, again, to have the same speed as me, as just running through the mobs and killing everything, I have to like daring swing, I have to strive, I have to, like I'm in constantly like anxiety, so so when I also come from that perspective, whenever I'm classifying, like qualifying, or what do you say, like to put like a ranking on these classes, in my mind, I think about the play style. I think like it is, how is it? Does it feel good? Is it too sweaty? It is like good, like, So in that sense, I feel like Demon Hunter is fun, but it struggles a bit like in certain areas of PvE. So for me, it is a solid A-, I will say.
Yeah, you've kind of convinced me a bit. I'm gonna drop my rating as well to A-/B, to be honest, because you've kind of convinced me with how you've kind of explained it. The thing is, Demon Hunter back in the day, it was the thing that was selling it is the damage that it does. But now with all classes having such a high access to different kinds of builds and being able to dish out so much damage, kind of Demon Hunter has lost a bit of this kind of magic that it used to have, in my opinion, when the game first released.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I'm going to agree with you. The clunkiness in open world farming, you're kind of reminding me how
it is a struggle.
It is a struggle. You have to keep strafing. Like the most popular build now, I think, with the strafe, you have to keep strafing and going out of strafe, moving through. So yeah, I would definitely. I'm going to drop my rating to also A-B.
There is a build that Aurat did with the summons. I tried it
with the strafe summon. Yeah,
it is fun, but. And it does the job, but it is not as fun as Strife. That was my biggest complaint. Like Strife, playing with Strife just felt better. And again, you're gonna do incredibly well. Whatever is that, like literally just go with your primary attack, and you're still gonna beat everything in this game. But the way it feels how to play the class for me matters a lot more than sometimes but this build it does 10% more damage, or like you can reach, but then if it's like I have 50% more effort, I don't like it, so I have the same issue.
Great point. Yeah.
The same issue, for example, with Ota builds versus Last Breaker, which is like the primary attack build. That I play Ota when I want to have fun, but bro, I'm gonna fucking keep fucking spamming like that fucking hammer. And with Lace Break, I'm just, I just have my mouse. I literally play with my mouse, just my mouse. I put the buffs here on the side, and and then I just auto attack, and it's like super relaxing. I'm watching a show, or I'm watching some video of Mao, and I'm having a great time. and that's how I like to play.
We talked about the Barbarian Whirlwind and having the infinite whirlwind and infinite speed. Can you imagine Demon Hunters with having the same thing with strafe? I feel like this would be. I think that this would break the game. To be honest, I mean, I'm kind of scared of that. It would be dope. Yeah, it would be dope. But in PvP, I would be extremely. That would be extremely broken.
They go from, imagine in PvP, from the spawn to the next spawn, always in strife.
Yeah.
But I feel like, you know what? Sometimes people just have to relax the fuck out and realize that games are supposed to be fun. So let the developers sometimes break the game, and don't get like too worried about how it's gonna be. For example, Ota is breaking the game, but you know what? It's fun as fuck. Let it be fun for like a few months, then nerf it, and then make something else fun. So Path of Exile developers, they have this great mindset that is like, we love when players they break the game. So because they have like these 100,000 items, and sometimes they literally just forget that they created like the legendary from like back in 2018, and people find a way to use that,
the combos that no one thinks about, that no one thinks about. Yeah,
of course. So for example, in Diablo Immortal, which is a more recent game, bro, I didn't even ever saw the Ota chess piece that increases the Ota damage like 79% with the increase of like the negative debuffs. So when I saw that, that's a very, very old chess piece, okay? And nobody was using. And when I saw it, I was like, okay, that's right. And then I boom, and I started making like millions. And I was like, okay, this is cool. So let's go back here to the tier list.
Final call. Final thoughts about Demon Hunter. What do you think? I'm going to say actually B. After you've convinced me to drop it down to B. For example.
I'll say A-. I think it's still above Blood Knight, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In Fun Meter, especially in Fun Meter. So after we have one of the most controversial classes, we have Monk.
Yep.
You know what? I just gotta say before I start speaking about Monk, I never saw so many fucking fanboys on my comment section about Monk. Bro, it's just insane. Yo, when you gonna make yeah, Barbie's cool, but Monk it should be the class it should be playing. No, I should not be playing that class right now because it's dog shit, man. So just relax. Whenever it's fun, I will play it. And that's what I always say. Whenever X amount of class will be fun or more fun than Barb, I will just trade. Or maybe one day I'll just get bored of Barb and switch to something else. So what do you think about Monk? I just went to...
Yeah, so Monk is in an interesting spot, I would say, for PvE. I mean, Monk was that back in. I'll just go back. Let's talk, because we've gone back in the day with Demon Hunter. I'll say back in the day also with Monk. So Monk was one of those classes. It was back in the day when it first released. It also wasn't so strong in PvE. The thing about it was that sold it for a lot of people was the PvP. And Monk had a lot of these bugs where it would go invisible during the match, or provide these shields and one-shot mechanics. It was like how Barb is now, kind of. Yeah. Not to the same extent, but yeah, that's why a lot of people, I think, picked up Monk. They were like, okay, like a lot of PvP players, especially, were drawn to the Monk a lot, and that's why I think now they're kind of. A lot of players got used to,
right?
A little bit. I don't want to.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah. The one thing about the Monk I really like is the visuals with it as well, with the all the bells it has and the cyclone strike with the stick, the huge stick that it has now, and the spinning effects. Cool. The visual effects are really cool. I'm not gonna lie, but for PvE. I feel like Monk has always kind of lagged behind the group. It's never had its kind of time to shine. If we're comparing it to the other classes, I mean, there's a lot of great builds for PvE, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I recently watched Killswitch's video about Monk. He's one of those guys that doesn't want to give up on Monk. There's always these content creators.
I will die with it.
Yeah, just like how you are with Barbarian. They don't want to. Even the class gets weak. They don't want to let it go.
Oh, no. Yeah. I will like if Barbarian becomes like super unfun, I'm like I throw it under the water, man. No, because I just don't want to like not have fun. I love Barbarian, but I also love other classes, and I just don't play them because they are not as fun. That's all.
But for Monk, let's say for Monk for PvE. I feel like it's always lagged behind a bit. I'm not going to lie, compared to the other classes. It really needs help. I'd love Blizzard to make this patch where they kind of show huge love to the Monk, because a lot of people have kind of forgotten about this class even exists completely. Yeah. I remember when I watched the podcast with you guys, with Habbo and Oroth, you guys almost forgot to mention the class, I think, which was pretty funny. You guys just automatically kind of assume people know it's kind of at the bottom.
Okay, guys, let's move on. Wait, we still have the Monk here.
Yeah, we forgot about the Monk, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give a behind the scenes.
I would honestly really love to see a patch where they show huge love to this class, and I would love to see people kind of rocking the kind of bold, the bold style. To be honest, I mean, Monk, when I first, because I have Mastery 4 on Monk, I'll speak about my experience. It was actually pretty rough for me to farm this, because I switched from Crusader to Monk. I remember I switched. It was actually during the first Goblin event they did, where they doubled the legendaries. I was like, okay, I've never played this class.
So good, I loved it.
Yeah. For farming Essence especially, that was my favorite thing. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna get Mastery 4 for Monk. This is kind of my mission. I'm gonna play this class. I'm gonna figure out about this class. I'm gonna potentially make some builds for it, but. It felt so clunky and just didn't feel that good to play, unfortunately.
The Feast of Thunder, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Feast of Thunder has a huge bug that if you're trying to farm open world, sometimes like because it gives like this small dash, and sometimes the dash will teleport you to like to like the third pack that you are
somewhere else.
It was very, very weird, very buggy. I know,
and it has the same problem as Demon Hunter as well with the movement speed cap, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if are you able to reach 70% movement speed with Monk
maybe now with the Erebban thing, which like I feel like that came as a way to solve these class issues. But I feel like also like when it comes to the class itself, it's just like it didn't feel good to play with it. I have it like, you know what? I say like I have all the classes to mastery 4, but that's actually a lie. The one that I didn't get it because I just couldn't I was so close to mastery 5, but it was monk. I think it's like I'm just like a few answers from mastery 5. But I just couldn't.
I probably would have been the same as you. I probably would have been the same as you if it wasn't for that event.
Yeah,
because I was lucky. My friends could actually help me farm because it was really rough for me.
It's rough. Yeah. I couldn't stand one more day, literally like that. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll come back to this class whenever, like, because again, just if you just only like if you play it, you can actually understand why it isn't like a great class, like, and why people bash on even Blizzard. They bash so much on monk that they decided to make a better version. You know, like they made Tempest. So that's just how it is. I feel like Tempest in that sense like is feels like a better version. But okay, I want to say something about monk. I feel like people want to make monk like this huge one-shot damage because that's cool. Okay, that's like I understand. But
bazooka style.
Yeah, bazooka style. But I feel like for the game, monk could have a much better spot and role, especially in the PvE. If you were like like these supports with shields, dispels, immunity to CC to you and your party. I don't know, man. Just add something that you feel good to have this guy on your party, like you feel when you ever have a Crusader. So don't go so much for like this one-shot ninja, and go more for like I'm a monk, I have these auras, I'm gonna support. I just feel like overall will be so much more popular and people will actually have think. So for example, the damage aura, I don't know if this already happens, but I would love to have on my party as a barbarian. Right now, a Crusader in BGs is my worst friend, a lie. Because whenever you put the bubble on me, my Berg Breaker doesn't spin. Okay? So during those seconds, I'm not doing almost any damage. So it's kind of cringe. But imagine you have a monk instead and is giving you like this immunity to CC and damage reduction. That would be freaking cool. I just feel like more than shields, because a lot of classes they put shields on others. For example, Blood Knight, and it clears the dots, which is also a good mechanic. But
every class can put shields now because of the benefactor legendary effects. It feels like shields are like like shields are everywhere now. We have shields, Tempest shields everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. so that's my opinion. Just make monk unique. You know, don't try to make monk similar to Tempest.
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree. You know what I would really like to see as well, not just the buffs that you said with the support buffs. I really want to see some good build with the allies. What I really like is the mystic, those blue mystic allies for the monk. Like for example, in Diablo 3 right now, monk is like a powerhouse in terms of farming. With those allies, you can like transform them into like water and like zip through the whole screen, clear the whole screen.
Like
I would like to see something. It's kind of like Tempest. Yeah, exactly. 100%. The water monk. Yeah, this is the Tempest water monk meme. Yeah. So, I mean, the monk have these mystic allies, and they just feel like they play like compared to the Tempest Zephyrs, they're like not even close on the same power level, and they've just been completely forgotten about. I don't think there's so many builds even utilizing this skill anymore, which is kind of a shame to see because it's probably one of my favorite skills for monk, in my opinion.
Yeah, I used that. I think I saw Orat's build with the mystic allies, and in PvE, it was actually fun. You know, and actually now that the summons are so popular, it could be a cool thing with the like dot builds. And imagine you go to the idol, you drop your mystic allies there, and they stay and they fight. I don't know. Like I'm just like we're now throwing like ideas out of the
throwing ideas out there. Yeah,
but it is definitely. I feel like the monk he has so much potential, but I just don't think like whoever is like leading that class, and I completely respect to whoever it works there. It's just it's not like going to putting the class in the right direction. Meanwhile, I know, like, we're gonna speak about the Wizard later on, but Wizard is going into a great direction. I just
realized. I agree.
You know what? Let's speak about Wizard. I'm excited to speak about Wizard. Wizard, I didn't speak. I didn't play, but I saw your video and I looked at it and said, "Man, that shit looks fun." I love to have that feeling. I love to watch a build and say, "Okay, that looks fun." And for a split second, if Ota was not this powerful, I will 100%
go for Wizard.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, so just before we move on to the Wizard, what was the final rating you would say for Monk? Because I don't think we gave it a final rating.
Dog shit trash class.
I just
no. B minus.
Yeah, I would agree. B minus C.
B minus C. Yeah.
I would say C for me. Yeah. Unfortunately.
C.
I really love the problem is I really love to see it excel in something, like you said. Either it finds a support role or damage role or some kind of something that puts it apart from the other classes. Because right now the thing is, if you're a diehard Monk player and you've only played Monk since the start of the game, you're gonna say, okay, this class is cool. I really love the visuals, but the problem is when you come to compare it to the other classes, that's when if you've played other classes,
outdated. I think that's the right word.
Yeah, outdated. Exactly. I agree.
Everything is like so much more fluid, modern, and Monk is there like right in the corner. You know.
Unfortunately,
maybe it is like C tier, 100%. And I just want to add up, like you touch on a good point that class uniqueness and identity is such a major thing. I know that I don't think you played World of Warcraft, but
no.
In that game, it was why it was so strong. Like, it was the class identity. Like each class did one thing like very, very well.
Very well. Yeah.
And for this mode, you want to bring this class. For this other thing, you want to bring this class. And I feel like that's really cool. And later on in the game, after like many expansions, they kind of ruined like into this modern design that all of a sudden everyone does everything. Everyone does.
They want to please. They want to please everyone.
Everyone is self-healing. Everyone is a shit dead. Everyone is a stun, is a interrupt, like a dispel. Like, it's like, why? Why am I even playing? Like, who am I? Am I a priest or am I a barbarian now? Or you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a priest that I'm supposed to heal. And yet I have this warrior in the arenas that's healing more.
100% agree with you.
So
100% agree.
I hope that in the ARPGs especially, they see these in the classes and they understand that keep the class identity. So people are now, for example, rage baiting about like this undying rage. It is so broken. It pushes the idol. Blah blah blah. But if you take Undying Rage out of the question, is not a barbarian anymore. It's like a bag of potatoes, right? So take a bubble away from Crusader. Like, it just doesn't make. Or the horse. Just take the horse. No, you know what? Let's give horses to everyone now. Like, how stupid that will be. Yeah.
Well, that's what they've done in Diablo 4. Well, that's how.
Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of that, everyone
has a horse.
But I 100%.
Over there, you have this open world. Like, you have a world like is way bigger than this one, right? So the horse, I can understand because the horse is not meant to be. It's just like as a mobility. But we can speak about that in another day. So Monk, C tier, between C tier and B minus. Like, I think if it's there.
Agreed.
Necromancer. No. You know what?
We were Wizard. I think you said you want to talk about
Wizard.
Okay. Let's speak about Wizard. Yeah, so Wizard. So you just mentioned the class identity. I think for Wizards, I honestly think out of all the classes currently in the game, it has the strongest class identity in that it's sticking true to what a wizard is supposed to be. You have all of these elements. You have the thunder. You have the freezing. You have the fire as well.
Yeah.
You have all these elements that you can play with, and it's just really cool. And it does insane damage, which is what is a mage class or a wizard supposed to be. It's supposed to be a little bit squishy, staying on range, and also providing this huge damage.
Yeah.
So I feel like in terms of class identity, they've got the wizards. They're moving. The wizards started strong already in the way they had it, but now it's gone even in an even stronger direction. I wish that other classes would just follow in terms of this class identity, because in my opinion, the other classes started off strong with their class identity, Barbarian was more of a tanky class, and it couldn't deal so much crazy damage as it is doing now.
Yeah, that was
and
like
Demon
a bruiser.
Hunter was exactly, and Demon Hunter also that we talked about was a damage powerhouse, but it was a bit slower, let's say. But it also was a damage and range. That was the main focus. But now it feels like all the classes they've tried to please everyone, and we've kind of moved away from this class identity. But Wizard is one of the only classes, in my opinion, where they've really got it right in terms of the class identity, how the class plays, how the class feels. It's just really fun to play, in my opinion.
Yeah, I played Wizard, and I'll say that it was so fun. Okay, Wizard is a problem that is a good problem. Okay, that it is really weak when you don't have the answers, and then when you
don't have the
answers, like the legendary
essence. The legendary essence. Yeah, I agree.
Super weak. Okay, but once you make the puzzle work, it's just like, oh my god, like Lightning Nova, like open world farming. My god, it was so fun. It was
that's what made me switch to Wizard. Just seeing those people, they were like a blue Sonic, just blue Sonic wave zooming through. I was like, okay, I have to try this class. That was when they introduced the essence, the Sprite Spark essence. This is what I love to see. Whenever they introduce these new essence, what you want to do is you want to make players be hyped for this class.
Oh, exactly.
And when they see other people using the essence, they're like, what are you using? What is this? I've never seen anything like this in the game. But I love having those moments in the game that like, okay, I have to check this class out. It's like the Barbarian with Hota. When people see you kind of whacking the stick, they're like, okay, I have to try out Barbarian. That's like having those moments, I think, and having the class identity are key parts of the game. And I hope that they continue this direction.
For me, it was the chains, like for Barbarian, like such a cool effect. So I completely understand what you're saying, and 100% I agree that, again, you as a developer, like as someone is developing the game, you want to excite players. So coming up like with new, it's not also easy. It's not like you can have Vanguard answers every time. Like it's also, I think it's not doable, or to have that expectation that every 3 months we're gonna have like these mind-breaking answers. But Wizard is just like that really fun class, especially at the open world farming. I felt like whenever I played it, it struggled. Like I felt like very weak in dungeons, for example. But anything else like Terror Rifts and all these things was like pretty fun. Oh, I struggled the fuck out of in the like Hellslayer bounties and Oblivion.
Yes, that's a good point.
Oh my god, I lost so many answers.
So the problem with Wizard before, like with the most recent essence which we got, it helped solve a lot of the problems that Wizard had. The problem with Wizard is that to deal the most damage out of it, you'd have to use your primary attack. And because of that, you'd have to slow down a lot. You're not able, like for open world farming, you wouldn't really notice it so much because you just don't need as much damage to clear the mobs compared to other different types of content, like Terror Rifts, for example. Like I remember trying to take my open world build for Wizard into Terror Rifts, and the first time I played it, I was like, oh my god, this feels so weak. I had the laser, the disintegrate laser, and I was like, is it even doing damage? Like, I see it, I can see the line, but where's the damage? It wasn't doing any damage. So that was the main problem with a Wizard, is that you'd have to kind of use a more primary attack based build with the black hole 30% buff to squeeze the most amount of damage out of it. And when you did that, you'd obviously lose a bit of mobility. The class wouldn't feel as smooth to play. But with the recent essence which we had, especially the helmet essence, which I kind of featured in my video, like you said, this kind of solved the issue of that. Now you don't have to rely on primary attack anymore. You can just use your Lightning Novas as a damage dealer. Instead of having the Lightning Nova as the mobility skill, you actually have them as the main damage dealer with these two orbs spinning around you that I've showed in my video. And it just does an insane amount of damage. So I feel like Wizard recently, with the recent essence, I'm really loving them. In PvP, I wish... Again, I would really love to see it be a bit tankier, I would say. I mean, just a little bit. It feels a bit weak. But if we're just talking about PvE, I'm really happy with where it is right now. I wish other classes kind of need to strive. Like Wizard feels like the gold standard in terms of what other classes should kind of aim for.
Yeah, like
what
fantasy also. I think it's important.
Yes, so the fans. Yeah, agreed.
So what would be your rating in terms of Wizard?
if we're just talking PvE, purely PvE, I would say Wizards would join Crusader in my opinion. Would be also S tier in my I'm really happy with where it is.
Now
really
I have to test it out.
Yeah, you really need to try it out. I 100% agree with you. If you tried the Wizard back in the day before these recent Essence, I would probably put it maybe B plus or A maximum.
But now you feel like it's really strong.
We have, definitely. Now I feel it's extremely strong, just because of the fact primary attack doesn't have to be the main way we deal damage now. Not just my build. We also have the other slow time essence which we got, which applies the shock effect. It also does a huge amount of damage without relying on primary attack as much. So I would say I'm really happy with where Wizard is at. Yeah, I would definitely rate it S.
I'll put like one thing that I really enjoyed whenever I played the Wizard for the first time. It was the first class that I played that I started looking into, because remember, I was a very newbie player, right? But it was the first class that I started getting into the Terror Rift magic attributes. So there was like these specific attributes that I don't know if you're using now, but that it created like these 3 orbs around you. So I don't know if it's like whenever you have the disintegrate on or the slow time. There was like,
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I think it's like you have like these 3 spinning orbs around you. It was like 1, 2, or 3 or 4. I don't remember. And I felt like, man, this is actually class changing shit. Because all of a sudden, just by having like 3 orbs or 2 or 3 orbs around me, I just like it made my life so much easier, because now I just literally had to pass through the mobs. And it was not like for example, Barbarian has like a few boring ones. Actually, most of them are boring. It's just like stat sticks. It's like your hammer is going to do 40% more damage. Your Undying Rage is gonna have your harmful effect. It's just like, I want like class changing shit. Like I want like Flowing Strike gives you a shield. That's cool. I like. I wish that, for example, they did a better work in terms of Barbarian. For example, the only one that is cool is the Wrath of Berserk, that you just like start exploding like. But if you're using headphones and sound on your game, it is so fucking annoying because all of a sudden. It's just so I usually tell me something. Just a completely off topic. Do you play with sound or without sound?
If I'm recording my videos, I play with sound, but 99% of the time my sound is off. But it's not because I don't like the sounds. It's more because my PC just will lag. It feels like it lags more. I feel like for performance wise, just to game optimization wise, it feels like when you're playing with sound. And this was the problem also back in Diablo 3, why I turned the sound off. It feels like the game performs slightly smooth. Maybe it's placebo effect from my side. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just my psychological
Maybe you just
effect.
have PTSD.
Yeah, maybe I just needed to buy a new PC, But it just feels like, for me, the game feels just a little bit smoother with the sound off. And also, they had this problem with the jump scare. I had a jumps, like, when I first turned sound, I remember turning sound on for one of my videos, and I ran through Erebban, and I failed the Erebban run. I failed the run, and at the end of the run, there's this kind of, oh my god.
Oh my god, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, this was, oh my god. This was like, after this, I was like, okay, I don't want to play with sound on even for my videos.
But I think it's only on the Erebban or also Abyssal Verge. I don't know if it
happens. The Abyssal.
But it is so loud. It is like, because I'll tell you, I play with sound, but I have my sound at 1%. So
right.
It just like gives like that background noise that I'm smashing, but it's just like nice, it's just like nice to not have like complete silence. But if I'm playing a video or something, like I don't like even listen to it. But like I completely understand that, man. I got like a few jumps because it goes from 1% to like 100. I don't know. It's just not like well tweaked. So community manager, if you're watching this, put this on feedback.
I'm not sure, but they might have already fixed it. I haven't played with sound for so long that I don't know if they have or not. But this.
Yeah, so you're
really
saying
painful.
that you're so good at the game that you never failed again, so you don't know how it is?
No.
Oh my god, I'm so good at the game. I don't know if how easy to fail the sound. Only losers know.
No.
Losers in the comments, please tell me how it is.
No, don't say that. You're farming haters. You're farming haters for this content. Oh my god. No. I don't associate this. This is.
I mean,
this was Indez's idea.
If you fail, like you lost, right? So I'm not saying you're a complete loser. I just say like you lost it. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah. So back to Wizard. Let's just. I mean, one downside which I will admit about Wizard is the support options that it has compared to other classes. I feel like it's the weakest support class in the game compared to the other classes because it does have the survivability effect with the ice armor, but this is just a personal. It doesn't spread to other members of your party. The charges don't spread to other members of your party.
You know, now that you spoke about that, that's actually such a good insight because
but I don't think it's meant to be. The thing is, I don't think it's meant to be.
They're meant to be damage, but the thing is, like, the damage is not enough. I feel. You know, like
with the recent essence, I feel like it's up there now.
Okay,
maybe not as much. Possibly not as much as the other classes, but it's very close. Number one, it's very close, and how smooth it is. Like you said, the effort. What you said about playing the class, the effort playing the class. I feel like Wizard, especially if you're playing. I know my build is not a good example for that, but if you're playing the Spark build, it's a very chill build to play, and you can kind of switch off your brain and still deal with the huge amounts of damage. Yeah.
No, because the way I see is when I think about the class, if it is a DPS class and only a pure DPS class, like for example Demon Hunter, your only role there is to do damage. So in my opinion, you should do like to double and triple the damage that any other class, right? But it is not the case. It is not the case.
Yeah, so, you're right. You know,
Maybe they need to buff the damage then. I'd love for them to do that. I'd love for them to buff the damage of the wizard a bit higher. Yeah. Oh, I know the range classes, both Demon Hunter and Wizard. Yeah. But I don't know how that would play off in PvP. That would be the.
No. Okay. But I think they are solving something. Because something that I really enjoyed, and I don't know if they did this in the past, but on these patch notes, they put it only applied in Battlegrounds.
Yes.
Oh my God, literally, that's how, in my opinion, you're gonna be able to balance a bit more, because I don't want to be weaker when it comes to PvE. Nobody does. Like, I just want to do as fast as I can so I can get done with this part-time job, right? So, so then in PvP, whenever I go to play, of course, like, if you have to make changes, make the proper changes, but like don't nerf my damage in PvE because they are like very distinct. So in that sense, I will even boost higher, maybe like the damage of like Demon Hunter and a Wizard when it comes to PvE.
In PvE,
100%. Literally, that's the only reason why you bring in these two classes, to do damage. They don't bring anything else to the
100%. 100%. Yeah, that's true. So that's a great point.
Yeah.
The only problem that I see with this is that the list of stuff that works or doesn't work in like for example strifed and not strifed, or works or works differently in PvE compared to PvE will become longer. Not only will become longer, but also a lot of it isn't mentioned in the game, and players have to figure that out themselves. This is one of the main pain points about the game in general, is finding out what's strifed and what's not strifed. We have the eternal powers, we have the reforges, we have the magic attributes. All of these things combined is kind of getting a bit annoying, to be honest, to keep track of.
There should be like some I don't know, some small icon or something, or maybe you click on top of the magical attribute and opens like, like when you click on the secondaries and it opens like these, or for example, perfect example, familiars, right? Familiar pets. You have the skill in a shorter text, and then you have like that to increase the size of with
to give more description.
And I feel that, for example, a very cool, simple example. So many times in my comments, like, why using Vitus if Wrath of the Berserk gives you attack speed? And I have to go again and say, because whenever you have Bergbreaker or Sunder Legacy or Roar of Persuasion, it removes the attack speed from the equation and gives like this new power. But this is not clear. The only way to see this is not on the instance. There is no way that you go on the instance and on your item and it's gonna appear there. No, it just shows like, oh, this is gonna retaliate damage. You have to go to the skills, click on the Wrath of the Berserk, scroll down, read the text, and there is this.
Read the paragraph. The small line, which changes everything.
They say, but no longer applies attack speed. It adds that. And it's like, why are you adding this? And I feel like on the instance and on the gear, imagine you have these like again like this detail option. You click on it, it expands, and it says like the answers, like the full description. It says that in PvE is one thing, in PvP is gonna be another thing. You know, like because it is not clear at all for players. This 66% nerf. Like who the fuck knows about this if you're just starting the game?
Yeah. Agree.
So
I feel like this would make developers as well be able to kind of breathe a bit with the design, with the direction they're able to take classes, if they're able to breathe a bit easier, to be honest, and they just have more room to work with if they have this.
It will be more transparent. And I feel like community only wants transparency, and whenever you're not transparent, and I'm not talking about, for example, roadmaps. I think roadmaps in general are actually bad for the game, because then it's gonna lock you up into
they set the expectation. They set the expectation.
So
sometimes players have a very high expectation with the direction of the game.
I know this because like probably you also like you were expecting to have like these dungeons rework on this major patch. I was super stoked for it, and we're not. So I
think there's something in the works. I'm not going to reveal, but I think there's something in the works.
There's something happening, chat. So I don't know why I said chat, man. I'm just so used to be live, you know. So Wizard, you know what, because you brought that
the support
thing, I will put in A.
That's fair. That's fair.
A or A minus. I'll put like exactly at the same level as Demon Hunter.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I think
my rating might be a bit high, but I'm gonna stick to my guns just because I really love this stuff. I'm biased. No. I'll admit I am biased about this. And I think this is an important thing to say about this tier list as a whole, is that if you really like a class, you should play what's fun for you. Like forget about what we're saying here. Maybe not the best thing to say.
Just close the video.
Close the video. No, you should play what you like to play and what's fun for you. Like at the end of the day, all of the classes are able to dish out enough damage that you can clear content by yourself. Especially if we're just talking about PvE. If we put PvP out of the equation, you'll be able to clear everything by yourself. Do your dailies. You'll have fun. So you should play what's best for you and what you really kind of. What has the most synergy and what you really love to play, in my opinion.
Rate the class for yourself on the fun meter. You know, like that's the best meter that you can have. Is like if you have fun playing monks.
And everyone has their own fun meter.
Of course, like and you always be biased, right? So it is completely fine. Here, of course, we are taking an approach of like being as a perspective of like me as a free-to-play player, but at late game, right? I have 40,000 combat rating as a free-to-play, like so I'm up there, you know, like, and you also up there. So we are literally just going like into small details like speeds, flow, how does it feel to play the class, how much damage that it does compared to the other. So we have like a more broad experience in a view overview of like all the classes, and that's why we are differentiating. But it doesn't mean like a S tier to a B tier is like this massive insane the difference that you cannot clear at all any content.
100%.
So one of my favorite classes, and maybe I love to play this class in Diablo 4. In here, I also like to play, but not as much as I wish, is Necromancer. What do you think about Necromancer?
I think Necromancer is one of the most interesting classes, to be honest, in this game. Like, there's just so many, in my opinion, there's Necromancer, has potential to be one of the most broken classes, I think, for PvE. I mean, there's a reason why Oroth is really drawn to this summons archetype and this class. There's a reason why. It's because there's so many kind of the Necro, especially with the bone armor. Now that I'm thinking about it, the bone armor is just an insane effect. There's no effect quite like the bone armor effect that can keep everyone in your party alive and have these immunity charges. Like Necro for PvE, Necro is up there in my opinion. Yeah. It's really insane. What do you think about this class?
I feel like Necro, if you're like, Aura said this very well. Like, if you are solo, like just doing your shit all over the world, it's like it's slow. It is a slow class. Like, it's not as fast as the other ones. So I think he said like A- or something. But if you pair it with a Crusader in dungeons or raids, or it's just gonna be like S++ tier when it comes to damage, just because of like the mechanic of the fire banner plus your minions.
Yeah, the picture I had in my head was the video that he put out with the Uber taxi. He said that the Crusader can be the taxi for the Necro. I swear he made a build where he just sat on the back of the horse and he had all his skeletons and everything dealing damage around. So. But yeah, it's kind of interesting for the essence for Necro. Like now that you mention it, with the open world farming especially, there's just not that many good options that make the class.
Yeah, it's only so corpse lands. So only corpse lands.
Yeah,
and it works and it's fun. It is okay. You know, it is a okay class. Everything is gonna die with dots, but again, it's like you have to play corpse lands in the open world, then you're gonna have to play in dungeons with minions, and most of the times, like if you want to like spam dungeons playing, I just feel like again clunky. It feels clunky, man. Like your summons, they do a lot of damage, and you are actually lucky that the dungeons in Diablo Immortal are boring, you know, because like there's like these insane no, I'll explain why.
Explain, yeah, please.
You know, there's a lot of moments that you just stop, you know, so you stop in the room and you have to
right.
You
I see. You have time to catch up. You have time to catch up.
So you being slower isn't as bad as it could be if it was like a Diablo 4, like you just run, you know, like you can clear the whole dungeon in one go. So in that sense, it kind of helps Necromancer, but this feeling of
I don't think it's a good thing. I'm gonna slightly disagree because I don't think. I mean, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think this is a good thing for dungeons.
So you like to have all those dialogues?
I like to zoom through. Yeah, I would prefer to zoom through, to be honest, for dungeons. But you're right. Going back to the topic, I mean, I understand why they've added all of these points. They want people to feel like they're still having an impact in dungeons and being able to catch up to their group. But yeah, I mean,
but
I would really love.
I'll tell you one of the when I played Necro, one of the upsetting things was like I felt like I always had, you know, like how you have
lagging behind.
You have those people that sell clothes like in the streets, and they have to always put like every time their tent put the tent and all these things. That's how I felt as a Necromancer. Like every room I go into, I have to put all my mages, the golem, and now I know it's changed a bit. I have to set up my other thing, and by the time I'm set up, everything is dead.
Everyone's moved on. Everyone's moved on to the next part.
That's just how it is. You know, I know that there's like these new changes with the mages, but Orat was saying like, you run fast and then you look back and your mage are like coming in the back, but they are very slow. So I think there's still like a few problems when it comes to Necromancer. So I will definitely rate it. Even if you're paired with a Crusader, I feel like the overall experience of Necromancer. It is A, and the only reason why it's A is because bone armor is that good.
Yeah, man, bone armor feels for a lot of content in the game. It feels like without this, especially like Gauntlet. Gauntlet is a very good example. The Gauntlet 3. I remember the original Gauntlet 3 when it came out. If you didn't have a Necro in your group, it was just done. Like there's no way you can even dream of clearing it. Even whales, I had a lot of whales in my server. They tried to clear it and they weren't able to do it. And then suddenly we had a player who kind of recommended us to have a Necro in our group, having the bone armor, having the immunity charges, and suddenly they had no problems at all surviving.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's kind of this is what something that Necro has, which other classes don't have.
Yeah, it's
is
very
this bone
niche.
armor immunity for PvE.
It makes them really good at certain things.
Niche. It's niche. I agree. It's niche, but it makes a huge impact. It's probably one of the skills which makes a huge impact for PvE. PvE, especially. Yeah.
I will say, like, if you're starting the game and you want to pump up like damage and you want to survive and like do very well, like Necromancer is amazing in PvE. You know, like you have the bone armor. So even though
if you love summons as well, it's probably the best. I think it's the only class maybe that is able to use Shepherd's set. I don't think there's possibly in PvE. I don't think there's any other classes using. The problem is, I'll tell you about this Shepherds as well, is that Shepherds scales with the number of minions, and other classes, they have minions, but they're not able to summon quite as many minions as Necro. Necro has the skeletal warriors, the skeletal mages, the golem. So because of that, it still fits into that archetype that has all of these like summoner playstyle.
Yeah, but it is cool. You know, it is cool that there is a place. And also, like, let me say a thing that I used to do. And if you're a new player, please go do it, because you know, you know, when you were at that stage when you were a newbie, that you were not doing, you still didn't have your combat rating, but you're gonna like piggybacking on the like the whales to, you know. So we've all
been there. We've all been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. Okay, if you've not been there, it's because you're still new at the game. But you are always farming ahead of your combat rating. Okay, so pretty much you're gonna be useless. However, this is where Necromancer is really good, because you just go with borrower time and with the bone armor. And then you just put like the golem and a few minions just to feel like you're doing something, but you're actually not doing anything. But nobody will know that. Yeah. You're just like sending, you know, like the
sending
skill,
everything.
The bone spear, and you're like, oh my god, this guy must be doing insane damage, and you're like 10, 8. So. Bone armor, in that sense, it was a very good cheat code, because, you know, you have 5 hits that you are immune to damage, and that's like incredible.
And you can have almost 100% uptime. You can have pretty much 100%
100%,
which is crazy.
It's
crazy, insane.
Yeah. So it is great. So this here's a cheat code if you want to go boost your combat rating.
Yeah.
Then we have.
I agree with you. I agree with you about the A tier, by the way. I didn't say my rating, but I would agree with you about the A tier. They received a lot of with the clunkiness. They got a lot of help from the Pants Essence, which turns you red, gives you this red aura with the
looks cool.
The Necro. Like when they didn't have this, they were actually a lot slower than they were now. Especially when they first came out, when Necro first was first in the game. It was very clunky compared to how it is now, in my opinion. But it still needs a bit of help. So because of that, I agree with the A rating. Yeah.
So now we have the last class, and also the last class that was released. The Watermonk. I'm sorry, the Tempest. What do you think about Tempest?
Tempest. I mean, to me, I feel like Tempest just does everything very well. It's still. It just, in every single aspect of the game, Tempest always feels really up there, in my opinion. PvE, just blast everything. So, I mean, I don't think I need to say so much about it. I'm going to put it, in my opinion, let's just think. Should I just put it S tier with the others? It's very hard to say. I think I'm going to put it in S tier. For me, I'll put it also, because I've been playing Tempest recently. I'll put it in the S tier, in my opinion, because also it has support options with the Storm Fury and with the Vortex armor breaks. I'm gonna put it in S tier, in my opinion.
And now they got like these new chest answers that I used to cheat code.
Vanguard. The crit damage chest essence.
Oh my god!
With the cascade
in Vanguard. It is so powerful. Like, you can do like some crazy combos in Vanguard. Maybe like medium.
I think in terms of support, if we exclude the bone armor from Necro, which keeps you alive, in terms of damage, especially support, after Crusader, Tempest is very close in terms of how much damage it can bring to your group. I think that Tempest will probably be the second place.
Do you think he beats Barbarian 30% Sunder?
Say again.
Do you think it beats Barbarian with the 30% Sundered damage increase?
I would say yes, because not only do you have this crit chest, I would say not only do you have this crit chest, you also have the Storm Fury, which gives the extra damage to primary attacks. So if you have players with using primary attack builds, it's going to buff this, and it also has the armor break. So Barbarian has the armor break and the, like you said, the cleave armor break shoulders, and also the Sunder.
Yeah,
right?
So it's 64% increase.
64%, yeah, and it has the clunky demoralize as well, damage.
But nobody uses nobody uses.
Yeah, the Tempest, it can maintain high damage, having all of these buffs. You can have all three of these buffs. I made a build. I haven't released that build yet. I made a build just using completely support. That support build still dishes out a huge amount of damage, containing Storm Fury. It has the Vortex armor break with the circle, the huge AoE circle, which gives you knockback and armor break, and also has the chest, the Cascade chest, which gives the 47.5
so like triple things. That's interesting.
Yeah, and it still plays good, and that's the main thing. It can have the 3 support things and still play good, have the mobility and have the damage still, which is really crazy in my opinion.
Are you using the Storm Fury magical attributes, because those are fucking broken, man?
Yeah, I think in terms of the magical attributes for Tempest, in my opinion,
it's just like oh my god,
class. Yeah.
It's like Tempest S+ for almost every skill magical attribute. It is insane.
Insane.
It's not even good. Oh no, that's good. No, it's like insane. And then you have all other classes, like here and there you have like a good one. But well,
Barbarian has this sprint immunity, which I haven't seen many things.
Wait.
It feels like a meme.
No,
go ahead. Go ahead.
People hype that. And the first mistake they say is, so if I have the 4 pieces, I'm immune to CC. That's like the first thing I
misconception.
Yeah. It's not immune to CC at all. Then it's not 100%. It is 33% in PvE.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
33%. It's still like really good, and it is for anti knockbacks. So for example, against Demon Hunters is very good, and chill effects or slows. So only that. So if you're stunned, you're stunned. There is no immunity to that. And also remember, like with Spartask, you can lose your sprint, and you can still. But either way, it is good. And I'm not saying it is not good. It is not that. It is not like flowing strike shields.
Yeah.
It's not that.
Or Storm Fury primary attack, or Blade Dance critical chance.
Of course.
All of them are insane. Yeah, all of them are just crazy.
I will say that if it was 100% immune, then it will be as good as Tempest's magical attributes. Because they'll be fair. They'll be fair. Like that's how good Tempests are. So how would you rate, like you said, the S tier?
S tier, for me. Yeah, honestly.
For me,
it just does everything really well, in my opinion. Yeah.
I feel like it's such a. Okay, there is only one thing, like I mentioned before. It's just a fucking sweaty class to play all the time. It is a bit tiring, but with the rolling strikes, it is a fun class. I cannot see myself like playing all the time, but it is very, very fun, and I'll put probably at
that's correct. That's right.
S-. From all the S tier classes that I'll put like S+ Crusader, S tier Barbarian, and S- Tempest. Yeah, but I'm actually curious to see like that support class thing. Again, it's not because it is weak or does less damage or anything. It's just because for me it takes I remove a few extra points because it's just a bit sweaty to play all the time.
I agree. I do agree with that. It is a bit. It does require effort. You need to kind of time your skills, press your rolling serve, hold down your primary attack, make sure you're doing enough damage. Whereas Barbarian, you can just rush through. You don't have to worry about anything, and everything dies. Same with Crusader. Crusader as well. Rush through with your horse. Everything around you just dies. So that is true. That is true. But I feel like Tempest just. I mean,
it's a powerhouse. It's a powerhouse.
Yeah. And I mean, they just released. I mean, it's the most newly released class, so I can see that it is why it's performing so well. But I mean, my speculation. My speculation is that there will be a nerf coming, because this happened with Blood Knight as well, where Blood Knight, when it came out, everyone was playing it in PvP, especially, and they didn't care about the downsides if it was a bit clunky to play in PvE.
Mm-hmm.
But I think something similar is coming for Temp. This is just my guess, pure speculation. We haven't heard anything about this.
I agree with you. We're gonna see like a huge nerf in the Barbarian and Tempest, like for Christmas. It's gonna be like, hey, happy Christmas, Merry Christmas, like, hey, now you're dog shit.
I have a joke with my friends that because we had the intro screens when you start up the game, see the Tempest class, and before we had the Blood Knight class, I had a joke with my friends that the moment we see this intro screen change to something else that isn't a Tempest, that's when we know the nerf is here. That's when we know it's time to switch away from Tempest, boys.
That's actually smart. That's actually true. I didn't think about it, but it makes like, I mean, it makes sense that you want to hype people, and people that got into the game during the Tempest, they probably are still Tempest. And we can actually also speak about like how hard it is, in my opinion, to switch classes here and there, because the cooldown is fine. It's like 24 hours. I have no problem with that, but come on, man, just the magical attributes things.
I agree.
It makes me literally, because understand this again. You said, and I said, we love min-maxing. I have like 3 or 4 gear sets. Completely optimized for certain things. If I'm gonna change, because like auto build is one thing, demo change is another thing, open worlds another. So like that's why you need a lot of things. And just thinking about that, I'm gonna switch to Tempest or Wizard, and I'm gonna like have my stats like full of like
you lose all the gear, you essentially lose that gear. It's gone, because if you're staying on the new class for a decent amount of time, let's say 2 months or so, that gear suddenly becomes irrelevant, because it's just so low in combat rating, so low in stats, that it's going to become completely irrelevant, and it might as well just be dead at that point. So it feels like you're losing. Just feels like
it feels
horrible.
bad, man. It feels bad. And also because, for example, I have a lot of like magic attributes, right? I have like for Whirlwind, I have for Rat, I have like for all these things. But whenever you're gonna switch to another class, you can only bring 8. But what people are forgetting is that new class that you're playing also has multiple specs. Like, you use Flowing Strike in PvP, but maybe in PvE you're not going to use Flowing Strike, So that gear that you're bringing that has 4 out of 4 Flowing Strikes is useless now, and on your stats you have the 4 out of 4 Storm Fury with the conversion. And but you can just can't, you have
to switch back like every day and keep switching nonstop until you have it's a nightmare.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense, and it makes me enjoy the game less than I
and not want to try out different classes and not want to lose on that gear
because like I remember when I was starting the game, I said, man, I had so much fun. I was like always switching classes. I took like, okay, 1 week I'm going to use this one, then I'm going to use, but now I'm so deep into the shit of Barbarian. Like, I'm so invested that just the thought that I'm going to have to refarm everything for a new class is just daunting. And it makes me not want to do it. But if the gear change, I'll do it in a heartbeat, 100%. Even like sometimes just for fun, like going like Abu does. Like he goes like, one day, today we're gonna play Wizard, or whatever. So this lack of versatility in this game. I'm not even mentioning the gems, but that's another topic.
See, I think that's the problem why people stay on one character is because of this gems. That's why this becomes even more of a problem, because other Diablo games don't have this issue. You just create a bunch of characters, different characters, you level them up, and that's it, and you're fine. But the problem is this resonance, I feel, is what is making this problem even worse. Nobody wants to make another character and start from 0 resonance all over again and start farming their secondaries as well. Like, none of this stuff is across all of your accounts, all of your not accounts, characters. I mean, that's what amplifies the problem, in my opinion.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have alt accounts?
I have them. I have them, but I'm not farming them. I have them just.
Did you used
because,
to?
Did I used to? Let me think. I used to experience other classes before the class switch came. Because before I think we had even longer cooldown. I'm not sure.
It was like 7 days.
7 days cooldown. Yeah, exactly. So before, I remember I really wanted to try out Necro, for example, and I created a Necro alt just so I could experience the class a bit before. That was the reason why I had. But I'm not actively farming them.
Yeah.
Why are you asking?
No, because I got called out, man, in the comments saying that no, actually it was in game. Okay, I received a whisper, someone saying that I was not free to play hardcore enough like he was, because I didn't farm 8 alts weekly like he does, and because of that,
oh my goodness,
I'm a trash 900 rezo. And he's he's like 3K or almost 4K rezo now. And I just said, yeah, bro, but I got a life. You don't, So
yeah, I mean, it sounds a bit like a full-time job when you say it like that.
No,
I mean, but
like
maybe that's fun for some people. I'm not sure.
Full-time job with extra shifts on top. Like I don't know, man. For me, alts are not fun at all, especially in this game. Alts are cringe. This is just my opinion, because the time that you need to invest in a character to become powerful, if you're spending like all your time farming the alts, some people can say, you can go and sell the plat and then you get like more resonance, etc., etc. But is that fun? Maybe it's fun for you, but for me, it is just not fun. I like to play one character. I like to be like the strongest, max that character as much as I can. And when I don't have anything to do, I go outside. I touch some grass.
I agree with you.
Hey, that's just me.
I don't want to judge too hard on some people because I can see why they do it. Sometimes I've seen people get really sick with the caps in the game.
But it creates a lot of burnout. A lot of burnout, in my opinion. Imagine farming 5. Like I know. Listen, in my clan, there's a bunch of people that do this. I'm also not judging, but I didn't start this whole conversation. I didn't went to you and say that you are not hardcore enough because you're not rank 1.
Yeah.
So it was just fun, man. I just had fun overall, but it's just like it's like sometimes there's this.
It's one of those things that you see. Yeah, one of those things that you see in the comments, and you're like, I have to reply to this. Like,
no, it was a whisper, in-game whisper, man. He went out of his way to create a character,
tracking you down.
No, create a character, level it up, and send me a whisper. Imagine
he created an alt and named it Indez.
Bro, Indez sucks. Yeah, Indez sucks.
Indez sucks.
Oh man, no. It's just like, man, if those things make you happy, whatever makes you happy, and you have fun in the game, go for it. For me, it will create a lot of burnout. I already sometimes feel like, man, if I have like 3 or 4 more things to do in the game, I will just say fuck it. I even recently created a tier list for the weekly activities, because people are not like us most of the time. People have jobs, they have families, they have responsibilities, they have like so much shit to do, I'm just,
they can't keep up. They can't keep up with all the stuff in the game.
Too much information, too much activities. It is so overwhelming. So I made this tier list that, hey, just do the S tier activities, and that we actually can go and speak afterwards. And
this has been going on. This is the funny thing is, this has been going on from the start. This has been going on straight from the start of the game. None of this, it wasn't transparent by Blizzard. We mentioned transparency before, but this wasn't transparent by Blizzard. Like things like the 12 gem cap system, daily gem cap system, players figured that out themselves and made their own checklist. So this has been going on since the game was released, and I feel like this is a problem that probably needs to be addressed in some way, to kind of have, because players are making their own checklists, and it's becoming even more of a task and even more of a job, harder job to do. And it's just insane. I feel like it shouldn't be like this.
I completely agree. And since we're talking about activities and game modes and everything, let's go quickly to the PvE game mode tier list. I feel like for me personally, it is very interesting. I love to have shit to do inside the game. I think everyone does. The issue is the FOMO, the fear of missing out on the rewards, of keeping up on the treadmill to do everything, but just because you want to mid max, and at a certain stage, it starts being a bit unhealthy, and I think we're reaching like to that point already. Yeah. So I will also, like, while we're speaking about like these game modes, I'll give like a few opinions and improvements that we can give, and I hope you also do that. Mm-hmm. So for the game mode tier list, let's start with the Abyssal Verge and the Erebban. Abyssal Verge and the Erebban.
Yep.
What do you think?
So Abyssal Verge and Erebban, what can I say? I mean, the first thing that I always like to see when a new game mode is introduced, the first thing I like to look at is, why is this being added to the game? So why did the developers add this to the game? It's to give us a way to be able to farm. They said, this is where you're going to get your runes, guys. Runes have been introduced. Here is where you're going to get the most amount of rune drops. Fake news. It feels like this is the biggest fake news debate, whatever you want to call it.
Oh my god!
It's just
every fucking patch I'm reading that shitty line.
Yeah, and they're sticking to it.
They are copy pasting.
Every patch
copy pasting.
Yeah.
Bro, okay. Listen, if you increase the drop rate by 10, but if the drop rate is 0, 10 times 0 equals 0, right? So that's how it is. Doesn't matter how many times you keep bumping. If it's 0, it will still not drop. So just a quick math tip, if you don't know. Am I like nuts or crazy to think that? Like, when was the last time you had a rune dropping in freaking Abyssal Verge or Erebban?
It feels like it's only coming from the turn-in. When you turn in the drop now, it's like a guaranteed. It wasn't even guaranteed when the game mode first released. Like, we wouldn't get the guaranteed rune drop from the 10 Abyssal Essence, and now thankfully they've changed that. But the actual drops of runes inside the modes, playing them, it feels like they're non-existent, to be honest. I mean, it feels really
shitty.
It feels really low. Really shit. I don't want to swear on your podcast.
I'm literally just straight up, like, I'm very honest about how I feel, and that's how it feels, because I go 10 minutes, let's say 15 minutes into open world, and I'll most likely get like 1 or 2, maximum 3 runes, just like that. And in Erebban or Abyssal, I'm having 1 rune every 30 minutes. Like it's saying, like, with the deliveries in. So 30 minutes to have a gray rune is not a cool thing, because I also have this theory that NPC is a scammer, and he only gives you like 99.9% gray runes, and then you have like these 0.001% of getting an actual good rune.
Yeah, I want to ask you, like, have you found any legendary runes? And if so, where have you found them from? If you found any, let's say legendary or rare.
Yeah, not from these NPC for sure.
NPC. I
got so far 3 legendary runes. 1 in the first day. Okay, so now this is also another thing. I 100% believe that in the first week after the patch, they are launched.
I know what you're gonna say.
They are busted. Like just go farm like 12 hours per day, okay? Because the drop rate is fucking insane for the new runes. And then they shadow nerf it. Listen, this is not on the patch notes. I play this game like 12, 16 hours a day. I'm a nerd. I am a loser. I don't do anything with my life. So trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Like, it's being nuts.
Agree. This is the problem. This is what I said. Players are having to test things themselves and find things out themselves. Blizzard is not transparent with any of this. It's the same with the gems. Like I said, what was I saying with the gems earlier? People figured that out, that the cap rate for the hidden cap for the gems is 12 gems per day from open world farming. I feel like, and it was the same for contracts as well, familiar contracts. I remember VK made a very interesting video
really good
that they drop in very specific times, right?
How the fuck did he do that? They're like such a good data.
Exactly, yeah.
So we're having to collect huge amounts of data. This is coming down to the community to figure out these things. I'm not exactly sure why Blizzard is not transparent about some of these things. Maybe not everything. I know they want to keep something secret, or having a secret source in the game and it ruins the fun or whatever. But just a few things should be transparent. If there is like a hard cap, why are we making players waste their time farming something if the chance to actually for it to drop is 0%? Like, let's say I'm a new player, come to the game, I want to get my secondaries up. I say, oh, wow, gems are dropping for me. Normal gems are dropping for me. I'm going to keep farming this. And then after a certain point, the chance is literally 0% that you get any more. Like, you're just throwing your time away. It just feels...
But you don't know.
It just feels like...
There's no codex quest. There's no counter. There's nothing. Like...
So I agree with the point that you made. And I think that there's another hidden mechanic with this runes, in that at the start of the week, it feels bumped as well. The chance that you get runes feels bumped, because I've gone into the open world just after the reset started, and I just got, like, within the first 10 minutes, 3 runes, which was, and this is happening consistently, not just over like 1 week or something. So it feels like after a certain amount of time, there's a cap that you reach without knowing it, and people just have to figure it out. And this is a huge problem in the game.
So there is actually not a cap. I can guarantee that. Because there was like this time that I farmed like 70 or 80 runes in 1 week.
Right. But diminished. The drop rate is diminished.
I mean, now it feels okay. I'm saying that whenever there was this moment like 1 month ago that I was pre-farming Inferno 2, and I was literally on dungeons 24/7 almost. So I farmed a lot of runes. Okay, so it felt like in dungeons the drop rate was really, really nice. Some people said like in tower, Accursed tower was even like way more. So. There is no cap. They will still keep dropping. However, there is a cap of 30 unbound runes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that isn't mentioned anywhere.
Yeah, and after that, everything's gonna be bound. That's just how it is.
Correct. Yeah.
So you asked me where was like the places. Was Accursed Tower 1 in the first day that orange runes came. Then like 1 week after, there was like I got like this other bound rune in my pants. That's the one I have. So also, like, for new players that struggle with the plat, never ever keep an unbound rune on you, because just use that to make plat. Just keep playing the game, because you're free to play. So you don't have money, so you have time. So play more the game. And you're gonna go and just do like get over time like this gold or the orange or the just as long as you play the game, you're gonna have more chances of dropping like these bounds, because the bounds, once it's on your account, you can do anything. I got like 4 or 5 gold runes doing nothing on my stats. It's kind of feels bad moments though.
Yeah. I feel like we got a bit sidetracked talking about runes.
But it's a big thing. It is a big thing about these
100%.
It is like
it's the reason why it was added.
It is exactly. It is the reason why they added this mode. But let's talk about a bit the gameplay. I feel like the game modes itself, they are awesome. Okay, I really enjoy playing Abyssal. It was like my favorite. And then I saw your video and you destroyed my hopes because you said
the XP breakdown.
Yeah, you said, bro, if you do Abyssal, you're a loser. So go do Erebban.
No. You're taking words out. You're putting words in my mouth.
No. This is literally
taking me out of context.
No, it's literally that I'm clipping. Okay. No. But I saw that and I realized that this is actually so much more efficient, and especially whenever it came out the weekly gems, I feel like it is just way faster to do.
I love this weekly gem feature that they've added. I mean, I know it wasn't the intention. I know this wasn't the intention with these modes, but it's so good. Yeah, so and why? 2 things. This solves 2 things. First of all, Lev were incredibly boring, right? So they're having this available in the Abyssal and the Erebban is amazing. That's the first thing. And the second part is players appreciate transparency. So having this transparency in the codex, it literally tells you in the codex 63 bound, 63 unbound. This is what you can expect, guys, every week. You're not going to get more than that. Don't waste your time farming more than this. You know, I wish they would do this to other parts of the game, like the runes saying like, okay, 30 per week unbound, just having a little bit of transparency. They could always just put it in the codex. Like if people don't, I know not every player cares about that, and every player is going to be playing such a long time as we're playing the game every week.
They could do, you know, like that event that we had that was a big scam for us players, but that you were farming gold in XP and it was like counting on your event,
right? Yeah. The wins. Yeah.
Imagine that, but as a permanent feature that you just have like these bars filling up, like, and you know, like, okay, this is my weekly, unbound,
weekly, right.
Weekly,
yeah.
Okay,
like
this is my daily,
like a character page,
like exactly like a small part of the menu or something that you just have like these weekly things and the daily tracker, and everyone will be happy, you know.
I would be happy. Yeah, I would be super happy. This is a great idea. We should put this idea forward.
I got a big brain, man. I'm not good with numbers, but I'm good with ideas. That's why I'm a designer, man.
Yeah, I see.
But you know, another issue that on top of those that you said that it solves, it also solves a big one. It's like it gives finally a purpose to play these modes, which before runes was not the purpose at all, because nobody would do that. But in terms of fun of everything, now with the weekly gems and everything, and sometimes like there is like these I use Erebban. So for example, if it's like near the reset timer and I'm still behind on the 3 out of 3 bestiary, I go do Erebban, because if you're fast enough and if you get, I think my record was like 89 or 90 chests. I already got the other day 5 monster answers in one run in 3 minutes. By opening all those chests.
Yeah, definitely.
It was crazy.
I think the funny thing is, because we're talking about monster essence, we're talking about gems, we're literally saying it's one of the best modes to farm in for everything except runes. Like it feels like it's overtaken. It's like open world 2.0 plus layers 2.0, you know, everything, but runes actually go for the other modes rather than it's kind of funny.
I also want to give the props that now they added also Abyssal Verge daily gems there, but it's the drop rate is not as great. You know, it dropped. I don't know if you tested it out. Like I went to try to do like a few daily
in a group, in a group,
in a group of 4 farming. It is way faster still in open world. You know, like if you want to do like very fast,
or a Accursed tower, or a Accursed tower,
but for that you need like clan mates, and sometimes like it's it's not.
It can be headache. Easy.
So how much would you rate these game modes?
So
as the current stage right now, right? Of course.
Yeah, in its current state right now, in terms of if it's worth the players playing these modes, I would say 100% yes. They're up there. For me, they're both S tier. They're both S tier to play. The XP that you gain, we didn't talk so much about this, but the XP that you gain compared to any other mode, I've went into the numbers in detail and made the comparison. The XP is super high, especially for Erebban. Abyssal also is super high, don't get me wrong. But yeah, in terms of XP and in terms of farming bestiary, in terms of gems, super, super good. And I wouldn't recommend you guys to miss out on any of the weekly rewards for either of these 2 modes. Like this is incredibly... S tier, 100%. If you're farming runes, probably F tier. Yeah, unfortunately, I just they need to stop saying every patch note that this is the mode.
It's a meme.
Runes.
It became a meme.
It's embarrassing.
But I don't mind. You know, like it being that extra thing that while I do, you know, the Erebban for the Abyssal for the gems, I get like that extra. You know, Abyssal answers that I can deliver. Like, so that's fine. But just don't say that that's the best place to farm.
Exactly.
Also, like just off topic, please put inside that room a teleport and a waypoint. And a bestiary book, please.
Yes.
Just do that, please.
It's in such a small corner, like you in this tiny corner of Westmarch is huge, right? You've got this huge town, and you have this tiny corner where you have everything squished together next to this NPC that no one cares about. Oh my goodness gracious!
It's like the new popular, place in town. Like the new bar. Everyone goes like nobody cares about the bartender anymore, and now he's like that's the place. I mean, it's but like delivering the monster answers, especially when you are in party, is so fucking annoying.
Oh my god, yeah.
Everyone's like,
especially if you're out sync.
Oh, if you're out sync, and you will be most of the times because the drops are different. It's like 10. Okay, 10.
Yeah.
Like to deliver is
So I want to mention something really quick about that. So. I'm not sure if you've seen my videos of my channel about the Paragon pushing world first, server first kind of thing. There's a whole kind of thing, a big deal on my channel. But I remember because I was pushing for my last push, the Paragon 400, I pushed with one of my friends. We were doing 2-man Erebban runs, and we have no life, right? Like on the Monday reset, I had planned it. I had planned it like that.
I skipped all my responsibilities.
On that, especially that specific Monday, I said, okay, we're gonna skip everything and just go for this. And I told him we have to sync up for the monster essence, because doing that for like 5 hours, 6 hours straight, just Erebban opening chests. Oh my god, my head was.
It's like literally schizo behavior,
degenerate behavior.
100%.
So. Yeah, they really need to fix it.
Yeah, don't do this at home, kids.
Don't do this at home. 100% not recommended. No. Steer away.
Yeah, I definitely saw that video. That's why I said like it was incredible. Like you found out like these strats. And again, I'm a mid-maxer, so every time I see someone doing some cool shit, I'm definitely into it. Moving on from these mods, S tier 100%. You have to do them, of course, if you want to play the game. Dungeons, the next one. What do you think about dungeons? This is a long topic. I have so much thing to say. Let me get my my long list. What do you
dungeons? Think? They're like the necessary evil, in my opinion. So it's like something that you have to do. Otherwise, it's basically half your gear. There's no. Currently in the game, like how do you farm? So again, let's talk about purpose, right? Let's talk about the purpose. Exactly. Always start with the purpose. What is the reason for dungeons? So dungeons is the way that you farm your set materials. At least that's the direction that Blizzard is going so far with dungeons. This is where you farm your set materials. So if you neglect dungeons completely, you're basically neglecting half of your character, because half of the gear that you have on is not just the legendary essence. And it's incredibly important having the right pieces of gear, min-maxing the set items, the set bonuses, and your secondary stats also with this set gear. So because of that, dungeons, I feel like it's incredible. It's 100%, you have to do it, I would say, to get these set items. Unfortunately, I'll say unfortunately. But yeah, I really wish they would make some improvements, and we've already put forward a lot of different suggestions to them. Yeah, in my opinion, yeah.
So I will say,
what do you think?
That I will qualify the same way I will qualify a class. Okay, that because like if we're talking about is it required, everything almost is gonna be S tier, right? Because everything in this game feels like required to do. So I don't think like that's the only metric that we can use. We can use like, is it fun? Is it rewarding?
Right.
Does it have a purpose? Yeah. And in that sense, I feel like, for example, Abyssal, Verge in specific, it is S tier for me. Erebban probably A tier. It's still quick.
In terms of fun, you're talking about fun.
Fun. Like just fun, just doing it.
Agree.
I think Erebban is a bit lower in terms of fun. And that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, you doing that for 4 or 5 hours? I literally, oh my fucking god,
crazy.
Yeah.
No, this is not. I'm not doing that on a regular day to day. I would have been insane by then. I would probably have forgot my own name, how to speak English.
Mao is just here speaking because he took his pills. Otherwise he'll be like,
Yeah. My meds. I forgot my meds.
Of course, like it's one in a time. Like for the extra push, I completely understand. I'm a hardcore grinder. Like it is fun to do those pushes. So dungeons for me, I will say that they are like a B. B for brainless farming. Because there's not okay. I played World of Warcraft, right? So I have a lot of experience when it comes to dungeons with a more like RPG storytelling kind of thing, right? And WoW just does like in a great way, okay? Especially like the classic dungeons, like they are insane, even like everything. These ones, they are really good for the first time. I feel like just off topic, we actually don't have here, but let's include also story as a game mode, because this game, in terms of story, I was blown away. Not like, oh my god, the best story of my fucking life, but it's like the best story I probably seen like recently in a mobile game, except like, for example, Honkai Star Rail, like, which they do like these massive things, but it is really good. Like and I love Diablo lore, so I know a few characters, so I feel like in that thing it was really good. So going back to the topic of dungeons, I enjoy to see
experience
the story
the first time.
But now it's just like,
I agree with you.
I feel like I mean, I just like, I say B for brainless because that's literally when I go to dungeons. I'm not, are you even paying attention at this moment? Like
no.
Yeah,
it's you're always doing something else, Netflix or watching YouTube, watching Indez on the side.
Let's go.
So what in your opinion does World of Warcraft do right that Diablo Immortal is missing when it comes to dungeons? Because you mentioned World of Warcraft.
Pacing, the pacing of the dungeon, the moments that you choose to put story, but the story doesn't interrupt the dungeon.
Gameplay.
Yeah, it's
the action.
Like imagine like you can still play the game, but you see the NPC just coming, and it doesn't come like in Corvus or whatever it is. Like the guy just comes like very fucking slowly. Like he's a mage.
God.
Why don't you? He's a mage. Use teleport. Like come on. So the pacing, the pacing of the dungeons, the way they include the story in it is in a way better executed way than it is in Diablo Immortal, for example.
It doesn't get in the way of the action. It doesn't get in the way of the action.
No. You can still like progress and still have fun while still enjoy the story. Yeah, it's because I was telling you, like whenever we were speaking about Necromancer, like there are certain dungeons that's like you run a bit, stop. Run a bit, stop. It's just like all the time. And let's not speaking about like rapids, Kikara's rapids.
Oh my god,
that's my peace break time.
Oh my god, my god, don't get me started on that. It feels like you're in a car. Like whenever you play dungeons, it feels like you're in a car. You move 100 miles an hour, and then you go from 100 to 0, like instantly, right? And you just keep doing that. Eventually, you're gonna get some kind of motion sickness and want to vomit.
That's a great
this is how it feels.
This
is how it feels.
That's a great analogy. I love it. Because we are forgetting one thing. Not me and you, like everyone else besides us, right?
Okay. What's that?
That's ARPGs. The main focus is what? Getting stronger. Where do you get most of the gear? In dungeons. Dungeons play such a massive role when it comes to these games that I feel like it is a disaster that we have these dungeons. And I know they are in the rework thing, but man, you guys been playing this fucking game for like 2 years. I'm sorry, man.
It's the same dungeons.
I am sorry for you because
it's the same dungeon.
I am so tired, and I've been playing for a few months. I just can, and I just want to touch like one topic when it comes to do dungeons, because every difficulty you have to reform all over again.
Yes.
Right.
If you want to stay competitive,
of course. But why wouldn't you? Like, do you want to stay weak? So then why are you playing? That's the way I feel like. If you're playing to not be strong, why are you playing this game? But maybe I have like a too hardcore way.
That's the min-max,
min-max. I know I'm biased on that, but that's how I enjoy to play the game. I know that a lot of people have more chill, more casual way to see the game, and they enjoy other things. And it's completely fine. So dungeons, I feel what. Let's just we can like go into so many things here that I feel like it deserves like just a separate video just for this, because you have gear, you have progression, you have like the what is like for you the major pain points? Like for me, it is the pacing on the like the pacing inside like the dungeon. It is the progression on the gear, and it is that. It is gonna sound comical, but the stash management,
stash space,
the stash
management.
It is
class
awful.
Switching,
How many items did you ever salvage just because you forgot to lock it? I literally just threw to the trash my Grace perfect piece, 3 out of 3.
No,
3 out of 3 out of 3. Imagine that. Like
no.
Yeah, but it happened twice though, actually. With different pieces, but like those are my major points, my 3 major points. What about yours?
Yeah, I would have to agree. With what you said. Yeah, stash space is a big one. Just repetitiveness when it comes to new difficulty. Like it feels like like what you said about every time a new difficulty comes around, you just have to refarm the same things over and over. In dungeons, it's really frustrating. Yeah, in my opinion. Yeah, and transparency. We already mentioned transparency. This is a huge thing. I mean, just let's talk about recently what we had in the game. We recently had the Mirror Jewels event, right, for legendary gems.
Yeah,
wasn't announced, and this is the second time they've done it. Hasn't been announced, and this is a huge thing for. I mean, this event is mostly benefiting. Who is it mostly benefiting? Is the free-to-play players, in my opinion. What are they going to do? What are they going to do with another? What are they going to do with another 10 legendary gems? Nothing. I mean, look at them. So I really think this transparency is it's hurting the free-to-play community the most. I mean, it's hurting all of us, in my opinion. But
but mainly free-to-play
community.
Because, like, if you're a spender or a whale, you don't care. Oh, okay. Mirror events. Oh, let me see. I don't have crest. Okay, let me just swipe here 50 euros and get 10. So for spenders, like heavy spenders, they don't care as much. But I feel for free to play, I keep shouting. I have to keep shouting maybe on the intro of my videos. Like just always keep 10 legendary crests with you all the time. Doesn't matter where. But I know like some people have like this urge, like these, like I cannot hold to these. I have to spend. So I also understand that side, but that's where. And that's why they are not going to announce events like this, because the amount of money that they make out of FOMO, of missing out on these events, probably is like to a level that you don't even imagine. But I feel like the consequence in the long term of like doing these things is going to be overall more negative. Maybe financially will be positive for the company, but
for the short term, especially
for the short term. But long term for the community and the players, and especially free-to-play players, because the retention, and you want to convert free-to-play players into spend money. And how, for example, I don't spend one dime here on the game, but you know what? I bought many packs in Path of Exile. Why? The game is fucking amazing. It is free to play, and I just love the game so much that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna support this company.
Granny Gay needs to sponsor you, my friend.
But okay. But do you see how someone like me, that I don't like to spend like a lot of money, like in very frivolous things, and yet I go out of my way to invest.
Yeah, the frustrating part is Diablo Immortal gets a lot of things right, and especially in the mobile space. This game is amazing. I mean, what's the competitors in the mobile space? There's nothing, and it's been like this for the last 2 years.
Yeah,
and it's been like this for the last 2 years, guys.
I'm gonna blow up like a sponsored opportunity, but I'll say like Terry's Land has so much potential, but I mean it's just already dead in the water, right? Would you play, or did you play Terry's Land? I know it's off topic, but it's like
I saw Habbo talking about it, but no.
Yeah,
I haven't.
You know why I did it. Yeah, I think like he is also a WoW player, so he's like, okay, maybe this is like a different game that I can try out. And I think a lot of people had this expectation. The same way as like PC Diablo 3, 4 player plays Diablo Immortal and likes it because like it's the same game but the mobile version. I feel like people were thinking that, okay, maybe Terra's Land is gonna copy WoW, but you know what? I just don't understand why Blizzard doesn't make a WoW mobile. It is like just make WoW in a mobile version with a World of Warcraft world, and you're gonna make like so much money. Like, don't make World of Warcraft.
There was Warcraft Rumble, yeah. I was gonna say, yeah,
bro. Like nobody cares. Everyone is playing Clash of Clans. Okay, nobody's gonna play your shitty game. So just do things that people will be excited for. And World of Warcraft mobile, 100%, you and me will play it. I guarantee you that. Yeah. So, okay. We go so deep.
This podcast is gonna be, this podcast is like all over the place. But it's a very interesting conversation. I'm not gonna lie. For me, at least personally, I'm loving it. Yeah.
I loved it. This is the Joe Rogan experience.
Yeah.
Do you know Joe Rogan? He has like these long.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The Joe Rogan experience. Here is the Maui Indez experience. So, dungeons again, like a long topic, but I feel like I'll put B tier. I feel like it is. It could be so much better. You know, what do you think? What do you think?
I mean, in terms of fun and how much I'm looking forward to going back into dungeons every single difficulty, for me, it's F tier in that regard. Because I've been there, I've been farming. I mean, I would like to know, I would love there to be, in terms of the character, because we talked about character stats, right? Yeah, I would love to know how many dungeons I've had to clear since the start of the game was released. Probably, my God, it would make me depressed, I think, looking at that number.
No.
But yeah, in terms of how important it is for players to do this mode, I feel like unfortunately is
more. Yeah. But make a balance, you know, like, because like to make it will be always S tier, right? But you have to make like think more like fun, purpose, like overall how you feel about this game mode.
I would say it'd probably sit in the C tier for me. If I balance the F tier from the S/A, how important it is for people to do it, it would probably be C, in the middle. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, it was even worse before when they added the skip to boss mechanic and the random dungeons mechanic with the 7.
Random dungeons is great.
Yeah, random dungeons is great. Yeah, so just imagine before the gameplay how it was. If I wanted to get like a Vithu boots, for example, I would have to go to Pit of Anguish. Right? Pit of Anguish, farm the worm, Zaka, 100 runs. There was literally one guy in my clan, he's like, guys, I don't want to waste anyone's time. I'm looking for a group for 100 runs of this dungeon. And we're just going to blast because I don't want people to waste my time and I don't want to waste other people's time. 100 runs in a row of Pit of Anguish. And I'm like, oh my goodness gracious.
That's crazy. Pit of Anguish is that shitty one, right? That it stops all the time. Right, the
elevator is the one with the
the one with the lava, the buggy one.
Lava,
the buggy one. Oh my God.
I mean, there's worse dungeons than it. It isn't the worst, but it isn't. Yeah, it isn't the best.
But it was really buggy. I think like they kind of fixed it though. I don't go below. I felt like every 10 runs, 2 times I was gonna go into the deep, into the pit.
Out of bounds, into the pit. Yeah. It would be funny if you do manage to do that, you go directly to the heart of the worm. That would be pretty cool. Imagine straight
and skip speedrun. That'll be cool. Oh, okay. Now you touch that. I have to ask you. Did you like the speedrun event?
Did I like the speed? Oh, I see the dungeon speed.
Yeah,
man. On paper, I'm not gonna lie. On paper, when I read about the event, I was super hyped. Yeah. Right. I was super hyped. I was like, okay, I'm going to optimize with my group how this is going to be. They didn't mention it was even solo, I think, when they announced it, right? They didn't say this is going to be a solo mode. I was really looking forward to this. I was like, okay, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to find the most optimal setup. We're all going to go with dashes. We're all going to try to one-shot everything. And when it came out, it was like, okay, you're going to have to play normal dungeons, which you don't get reward. I mean, you're getting normal greens. Like, who the hell is keeping normal greens? That's the first thing. And the second thing it's completely solo, right? And the last thing is the time, the 12-hour. That's insane. Even for me, as somebody playing this game every day, this 12-hour window of switching was a nightmare. I was like, can this please be over? Can they please take this out of the rotation, Because I was trying to get, the top. I always try to go for the best rewards in these kind of events. Yeah. So I was trying to go for the top 1 to 3. And I was
what was your ranking?
I was rank 1 for my class. I went for Crusader. I was Crusader at the time, so I was loving it. Yeah, with a dash horse. I went with the probably with the affix. If I'd gone for Oroth's crazy dash build, I probably would have done better. But thank God no one had figured out that idea yet. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Yeah.
So, what do you think was my rank?
I think your rank was high to begin with.
Okay.
And then you were like, screw this. At a certain point, you were like, I'm done with this. I'm going BG. I'm going to go one-shot some people in BG.
No, I only belong in one rank.
Oh, you're the winner. I should know. You're the Cristiano Ronaldo of Immortal. I forget. How can I say that? So you really went hardcore on that mode, I'm guessing.
Okay, I'll tell you. I played Barb, and for the first 3 days, no, like, okay, first like 2 days, the first like 3 or 4 rotations, like the first like 3 or 4 12 hours, I figured it out, like a build for leap. There was sprint leap. It was insane.
Leap is really cool. With when you hit a monster with is it full health or something, it resets your leap or something like that.
Yeah, no, it's just like, how does it work? Hit. You just need to hit. You
just need to hit them.
Just don't need to kill or anything. You just hit them, and for each mob you're gonna get X amount of seconds. Then I put something that a lot of people are not doing. It's like I saw the Harbinger with the dash skills.
Yep.
Then what else I was doing? I was doing like something else, but I was like doing a bunch of things. Then I was putting like my gems was all about burst. I was like using like the storm vault, so I could like one shot the boss. I don't have like starfire and all those things. I could have made it like even way more powerful. And then I figured out like very soon how to skip the boss animations. I don't know. Like, for example, in the Mad King, you had to actually there were certain things that you could do inside the dungeon that you could skip parts of it. And just like the spin run event.
And this was more notable because they made us run it in normal mode. That's the funny part. The funny part is like probably Wales could potentially have access to this in maybe Inferno. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But for all the player base, anyone who's active at this point, they should be able to one-shot these bosses. So it was very apparent that this was a problem, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I feel like in the beginning, I was like, this is stupid. Like, why would I want to run this shit in normal mode, right? I don't want to waste my time. I want to do these and still get my Inferno 2, which was like back in the day, answers. And then I was like, okay, I gotta have like 2 birds in one go. But after running it, I realized that, wait a minute, they put it normal, so free-to-play players can also compete, because otherwise it will be super unfair for everyone, because every whale will just run over and be rank 1. So for the event, I kind of enjoyed it, but here's the thing. My excitement started as a 10 out of 10. I think it was like...
That's what I was thinking, because I felt the same way. I felt the same way.
First rotation was awesome. Like, first
because we'd never seen anything like this. We'd never seen anything like that before.
And also, you were figuring out how to become faster into the dungeon. So it was extremely exciting. But the second, the third, and I think like the fourth rotation of this, then it was just like, like like
I think one of the biggest issues is that as well when the same dungeon are repeated for the next rotation, it wouldn't save your best time. It wouldn't say, like, let's say for example, Tomb of Fahir came, right, and you made like you did a 40-second run in Tomb of Fahir. When it came again inside the rotation, you'd have to reset the time. It wouldn't remember like your personal best. Because having a personal best and chasing the challenge against yourself is a really cool part of this ARPGs in general. Unfortunately, they didn't capitalize on this. Which was kind of unfortunate during this event.
It was a great potential, great event overall in the first 3 days. Then it was boring, so boring. And the only reason why I kept doing was because I wanted to keep up.
You were invested.
I was invested. But I got to a point that it was like, okay, 10 minutes away. So then I started being smarter. Because here's how it works. I don't know if you did like this, right? But if you did like first thing in the morning and you do your personal best, then you're gonna have all these tryhards going and trying to beat your no, they stay the whole day try to beat your record, right? I realized that. So what I started doing was like, okay, I'm only gonna start playing 30 minutes away from
the end.
The end. Sneaky, and say, okay, this guy, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Okay, I just have to beat this guy. And then I knew that they wouldn't have time to catch up to me if I, And also there was like this thing, which I feel like we're not even mentioning, but I think it was a good and a bad thing, but I think it was a very bad thing for competition that the for the first 3 positions they got the same points.
Oh yeah.
First place to second place and third place get the same points. I think that's bullshit. Like if you're first place, you shouldn't get the same points as the second one and second.
That's why people couldn't catch up. That's why people couldn't catch up when like it's like a couple days in. Let's say somebody participated the first 2 days and somebody just came in to the middle. They could never catch up to you.
And you couldn't change classes also.
And you couldn't change classes.
So a lot to fix. But overall, to be honest, let's be honest. How excited was for like the first few days, right? In how many events are in this freaking game that you get excited for? No, not many, right? Even like the coolest ones, like Survivor's Bane, you don't really are invested any longer because you did like so many times. So dungeons. Let's talk about a bit about the dungeons. The new damage meter. What do you think?
The new damage meter, I think it's a good addition. A lot of players have been asking for it. It would have been nice to have from the start, and it would be nice to include that maybe in raids as well, I think. But the problem with it is, which I think a few players have mentioned, is that you can't really see your damage. The problem is it's counting the time from when you enter the dungeon until the end. Let's say you want to test your damage when the boss spawns, for example, and you want to test your birth damage. You're not able to do that because you can't reset the timer or anything like that. So it's kind of frustrating in that sense. It is still nice to see. It is a welcome addition to the game, so I do appreciate that they've taken the time to kind of give us these quality of life updates. But it could definitely be improved, in my opinion. Well, what do you think?
Okay.
Do you care about this in dungeons or
okay? So
what's your opinion?
Straight up, I cared for like 30 minutes, and then I completely fucking forgot about it.
Yeah.
And I think it is so.
But if you were testing a new build or a new class, maybe you would care then, or what do you think?
No, not really.
Not really.
And I'll explain why. Because the timer doesn't stop during the animations. There's a lot of downtime. Also, there's like so much variations between each dungeon. So it is super hard and cringe to go and test a build in dungeon. It doesn't matter. Like you can put, you can use for clickbait and put like 10 million damage. Like, but the reality is not gonna be 10 million damage. It's gonna be like 100k damage because half of the dungeon you're like sleeping. So
I agree. I agree with you.
And I feel like there is a big mistake that I go inside the dungeon and I have to click on that tab. That's boring. You know what I'm saying? Like I always have you always have the quest log, and I don't want to have the quest log. I'm inside the dungeon. I want to do damage. Like it's such an easy fix. You just put because the reason why I forgot about it is because the quest log always takes priority over everything.
Yes.
But if it was always there, I have to admit, man, like the first runs I did, I actually try hard a bit, like to stay on top and to just like I was thinking about like doing this thumbnail, but then I just realized that okay, I got the highest damage on this dungeon, but my average DPS is like 150k. Okay, maybe it is not like a good YouTube thumbnail, you know. People will just laugh it off, but huge potential. It is better to have it than not to. But definitely feels like it is in an alpha state and it can just be improved upon.
Yeah.
And overall, I'm happy that they put it.
Yeah, I'm happy it exists, but I think that there's a lot of different other improvements for dungeons that we'd like to see.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. But it's a nice quality of life. I mean, sometimes it's nice to take things slow and just improve existing systems rather than add, like 20 different new game modes that people have to keep up with. So I'm not gonna bash Blizzard for that.
It has to be a healthy balance, right? Because I feel like right now it's just like shoving so much new content that we don't want. It's not that we don't want. People want new stuff. New stuff is exciting. Like Vanguard is exciting. Erebban was exciting when they converted them out. The issue is like, okay, but this is cool, but what is the rest? What is the thing we've been asking for 1 year, 2 years? So whenever they start finding like a better balance, like we're gonna start seeing like cooler stuff. And I feel like the next upcoming months is gonna be really nice. And to be honest, I'm more than happy to play Diablo Immortal at this stage and not having to.
We want to see Diablo.
Yeah, I think. Okay, let's talk about raids. Okay, and since we spoke about Diablo, I feel like I'm not sure, but I think there may be a potential hypothesis that can be a 12-man Diablo raid, like a mega raid. That would be cool. Imagine like a mega raid.
World of Warcraft style raids.
Yeah, like bigger, like more people, more mechanics, more, more synergy.
It's interesting that you mentioned this because I mean we didn't talk. I don't think we spoke about this before, but we have something. The closest thing we have to that right now is like the world events, which no one cares about, right? Like you have these world bosses, like for example the haunted carriage and the sandstone golem. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no one talks about them. This is like the only thing. And there's another event, I can't remember what's the name of it. It's in I think Darkwood or something, where there's like this damage meter and it like pops out, the announcement of it pops up in the world chat and stuff, and no one really interacts with any of these events. So the problem is that they don't really give any rewards. And it's pretty funny because I was walking one of my friends, like just coaching him. He's a completely new player. He just started playing the game. And he just made it through to level 60. He finished his 1 to 60. And I was telling him, congrats. I was telling him that you should focus, like there's two things in the game. There's obviously the secondary stats and resonance. And as part of the secondary stats, I had to explain to him the legacy of the Hereditary, the system. And to get the gems, right, something which we don't talk about, to get these gems in the first place, you actually have to interact with these world bosses. And the funny thing is, because he was so undergeared and no one is interacting with these modes anymore, it was actually pretty hard. Yeah, it was pretty hard for him. Like there's Lord Martanos, for example.
Oh,
he was just getting one shot back to back. Oh my goodness. So it's just another missed opportunity. I think that I wish that these events would have better rewards, and I think it would also bring people together. Like the whole what.
Yeah, it's cool. Like when people do Hydra, for example, or the Golem. Like people still. Like why the fuck do people still go there? Like because of like the gold.
Exactly.
Dust? Yeah. But I sometimes I also go. I don't need gold.
I'll tell you why.
people like to have a sense of community, and I think this is the reason why Diablo Immortal scratches that itch. For example, I think we talked about this before we started the podcast. We talked about this a bit. We were talking a little bit about Diablo 4, and we said like Diablo 4 is a really great game. But one thing which I think Diablo Immortal does is it brings people together. The whole sense of community. That itch is scratched a lot better in Diablo Immortal, and that's great because it's a mobile game. It's meant to bring these people together. I just wish they did it a little bit better.
I'll tell you that, bro. I feel like if you're an end game veteran player, you're gonna resemble with this sentence a lot. Like you most likely playing these games still for the community or your clan or anything, any social aspect.
We've heard that. I've heard that so many times. I'm playing this game because these people are here. I love seeing these people. You know.
There's also another reason, like time/money investment. You know, so you're like emotionally, financially attached.
Yeah, financially attached.
But above all, doesn't matter how much money you spend. At the end of the day, if you're like bored off your mind and you don't have anyone to play, you're most likely gonna end up quitting, regardless how much money you spend, right? So. Yeah. I feel like I was so surprised, and that's the reason why I still play Diablo Immortal. I am in the guild, like, and recently, you know, because I became slightly more popular, I received like more guild invites. I'm such a famous diva now. Oh my god, bro! Oh my god. But it's I don't like. I found a guild. And I want to give a shout out to the elders because like they are fucking like it's the first time that I have that sense of guild camaraderie that I haven't seen since World of Warcraft. Like World of Warcraft back in the day, okay, like not the modern World of Warcraft. Please don't if you ever gonna go play World of Warcraft, go play World of Warcraft Classic because still has the same experience and vibe of social aspect that we really like here. Modern gaming. For example, Diablo 4, you were completely right. I played Diablo 4 for the all these seasons. Then, you know how many friends did I make?
0.
Yeah.
Because it's funny because they added in the recent. I was looking at recent patches for Diablo 4 or recent announcements, and they were saying that they're adding like a party finder. Which I looked at the screenshot and I was like, they've just pulled this straight out of Diablo Immortal, like a party finder feature.
Really?
You know, they it looks so similar to.
No, but
it's kind of interesting. Yeah,
but I actually I'm planning to. I have this video in the back of my mind to do, but then Zach, you lack time. That there is. I want to make a comparison between Diablo Immortal and Diablo 4, and I'm not saying like pay to win, but forget that shit. I want to say like what features would I like to see in Diablo 4 from Diablo Immortal, and what features I like to see in Diablo Immortal from Diablo 4.
Diablo 4,
because a lot of people they like to compare these games. They are so different. They couldn't be more different than they are, you know. And
the only similarity is they have Diablo in the name.
Exactly. And so, only if you never played one of them, then you're like have a very bipolar position when it comes to that. One game sucks, the other is good. You know, like I see. Like I made a poll like Did you ever play Diablo 4? And 90% or 80 something percent of my community never even touched the game, you know? And then so people never even tried or heard about Diablo 4 the same way as Diablo 4 players. They know Diablo Immortal, but they won't gonna touch.
They won't interact with it.
But I completely agree with you. There are like features in Diablo 4 like that I would like to see implementing here in Immortal, like tormented bosses. Like I feel like the pit, like having a pushing something that you can push your build to an extreme. Can we talk about like the elephant in the room?
That isn't challenge rifts and resonance based.
Yeah, but that's not the same. Anytime that I want to speak about like the elephant in the room when it comes to PvE, which is combat rating. Okay,
right.
Combat rating makes it that PvE becomes so meaningless in my opinion, because the hard part in PvE Diablo Immortal is not to kill the bosses or to do the mechanics in the raids. It is to have enough combat rating that you go there and you one-shot the boss. So I wish we could have a different system that I could go under gear and still beat the boss with my skill. That's what happens in Diablo 4, okay? But now this artificial barrier that exists, because it is so unfair. Okay, my gear is not that bad that all of a sudden I'm doing 90% less damage, or I'm receiving like 700% more damage. Like, I feel like, in my opinion, as a hardcore grinder, as someone that likes to push the boundaries when it comes to the class, I don't feel like I actually can, because I'm feeling I'm always like being cock blocked by the combat rating.
Combat rating, right?
Yeah. What do you feel about this take?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It feels like, I mean, the only mode which is kind of I had to bother learning a bit about the boss mechanics was the Gauntlet mode. That's the only, and that would be Gauntlet 3 only. It wouldn't even be Gauntlet 1 or 2, because those are just feel like face roll. So it's kind of a shame that they've taken the time to build mechanics, the boss mechanics, and most of the time we don't even pay attention to them, unfortunately, because people just they get stuck with doing the raids, whatever raid they want to do week in, week out, whatever difficulty, and they're not going to interact with any of this. Mostly probably because of the combat rating requirement, and they've probably tried it once and said, okay, this is just for whales, this content is just blocked from me and it's just for whales, I'm not even going to bother with it. So it's just unfortunate.
So I feel like do you feel this way? I feel like it's very bipolar, or I can't kill it because I'm below, or I will just go and I kill it. There is no progression.
There's no middle ground. There's
no I'm learning this phase. Or okay, phase 1. We passed phase 1. Okay, let's keep trying, boys. Let's go
or okay, I changed this in my build, or changed this skill around, and suddenly I'm able to survive 5 seconds more, or something like that. It's either face roll or get one shotted, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it feels like. Yeah,
which is not fun.
And I mean that's another reason why Necro with the bone armor is stopping those one-shot mechanics from the Gauntlet. That's why people play that mechanic, but that doesn't feel fun. I mean, it doesn't feel fun.
Is that like good design, game design?
No.
I don't think
definitely
so.
not.
I feel like combat rating, like since the start, it is probably the thing in Diablo Immortal that I hate the most. Because it just makes like the think about the new player experience. It just makes you miserable, because it doesn't make me want to spend money in your game, let me tell you. Also, the gems, they give a bit of combat rating here and there, but it's not like that meaningful unless you're like putting like 1,000, 2,000 euros on the game, or pounds, or So I always felt like every time I was if I have like these so like framed on my brain, like in the first days that I was playing the game, every single day in time I was like constantly
watching the number,
trying to push it, and it's like, man, I know I could beat this fucking content, and I like with my skill, with my skill, I know, because I did that like with the Tormented
in World
boss.
of Warcraft,
World of Warcraft, or Diablo 4. And here I can't, because there's like this artificial barrier that is being put, which is like super unfair. It's like it should be way less. Like the range, like I think like if you're like below 100 or 200 rating, all of a sudden like you're doing less 90% damage. So I feel like the scaling, it is just like completely out of proportion.
Bonkers,
and it just makes like the new player experience being like miserable, because they are seeing your videos, they are seeing my videos, and they see us like with a 39, 40, 41,000 combat rating now, and they are like thinking, man, I'm gonna take like 6 months to reach there. Because you have elite query, and we have a lot of good catch-up mechanic systems, which is great. and I hope they stay. Maybe even bump it more because.
Yep.
What is the problem? Like it's 800% more value, right? Like the meme in the beginning.
Yeah.
Just make it like 2000. Who gives a fuck if a new player just wants to catch up like more rapidly? Come have fun. Come to later game wherever the game is even more fun. And yet they have to go like through, especially in the middle of the. Now I don't know how it is exactly the progression, but remember like the level. You don't because you're not being a new player, but it was like these 899 that you have to go do Infernal.
Yes.
So
yes.
From Hell 3 to Infernal was like this massive gap, like like ludicrous, you know. Yep. So maybe they fix that, maybe they're not, but combat rating, in my opinion. Why am I speaking about this and why I brought this? Because I feel like it is the main reason why raids aren't fun. You know, straight up. Do you have this, bro? Did you saw like the new boss? Not Inferno 3. I still didn't saw because I'm saving the XP. But the new Heist Hydra Drake or whatever it is that it is awesome fights. So much potential, and it's just a shame that raids are like a clock in, clock out kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree.
So how much will you rate the raids?
Raids. Well, now it feels like they're, for me personally, it feels like they're kind of useless because another thing which they have is the Heliquary level, the cap to the Heliquary level. So I've reached level 70 right? now.
Oh, 70?
70. Okay. Yeah. And once you've reached that now, those remains that, I mean, you're just getting slight stat upgrades, like the secondary stat upgrades in those domains. So it feels really.
So also the secondaries, they stop? Or
no, they don't. They keep increasing based off your Paragon level. Yeah,
okay. It's just like the base level, right? Of the 70%.
Yeah, the base level. Yeah. Okay. Which gives combat rating. Which also gives combat rating. So.
Yeah, I think I'm on the 50s something, late 50s, almost 60.
Yeah.
But you know, I feel like, but how much will you rate it for you?
I would say raids. I mean, I love the first clear raids. I can't. That's like the one thing that's making me getting me these server first Paragon and keeping, because the reason why, I mean, the whole reason I really love the pushing is I feel like this is one split moment in time where I can actually show some grindy aspect to the game, and it doesn't matter resonance, doesn't matter anything. I can show, okay, I'm grinding more than the average person here, and just showing that I'm able to reach the new difficulty.
You managed to flex how big your cock is, right?
Flex them. Pretty much. I mean, the thing is, there's people paying these insane amounts of money in the game, and they're still wondering how is this guy reaching far ahead of me? How is he out grinding? How is he doing this? So that was the whole reason why I started my channel. I think the first video I made was for the raids first clears, the raids first clears, and mentioning the XP about it. And as soon as I put that video out, people were like, "Wow, thank you so much for telling me about this." And other channels, I remember other channels also picked this idea up and made their own separate video about it. But it was actually the reason why I became
Did they credit you?
Most of them did. I'm not going to say any names. Most of them did. Most of them were nice enough
drama.
No. But it's just to say that, I mean, I wouldn't probably have kept on with the videos if I really like having these kind of small things in the game where you can find secrets or break parts of the game or reach ahead of other players in the game, and keeping those things secret and just to myself, it doesn't feel right. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm helping the community out, and it doesn't feel like if I just keep everything to myself, who am I competing with? Right. Who am I competing with? I want there to be competition in the game. Otherwise, it's just me playing against myself. Like, I would play a solo game. I wouldn't play Diablo. I wouldn't try any of these games. So that's the reason why. That's one aspect that I like about raids. I know a lot of people are not going to share my opinion about this, but I guess that's one kind of
But you know, it was funny that you mentioned that feeling about wanting to share something, because I felt exactly the same thing whenever, like, I was just by myself, okay, and I found out like that as a free-to-play Barb, I was hitting for millions, and I was like, bro, I kind of just want to go and share these with my guild.
Yeah.
And that was the whole thing. I'm going to share these with my guild. And I was, maybe the Barbs of my, they're going to enjoy it, and they're going to have like, 10, 20 views. And the fucking channel just blew the fuck out. People went crazy. So...
I mean, that's the reason why we're here today, is because of all these people sharing our videos, watching our videos.
Yeah,
this whole thing I wouldn't have started my channel. You wouldn't have started your channel
100%.
If we didn't have this overwhelming. It's all because of the community, in my opinion.
But I feel like it's hearing that coming from you, it makes me relate to you even more, because I sense that it came from a place of selflessness. Of giving to the community.
Well, selflessness, and also I love the competition. I'm a competitive guy. I want there to be more people who are able to compete with me, and also if I'm just pushing by at the same time, there's also I need players in my party if I'm doing. I can't just do this solo. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I need people.
No, I also understand what you're saying, like the competition aspect, because. Before the call, I said to you, you said, "Oh, you probably only do PvP 90% of the time," and I said, "No, I just do 3 BGs because I got no competition. There is no one near my rating, which is putting a flame on my ass that I have to keep up grinding. The gap is so big that it just became boring. But if I got someone very with last season, I'll tell you, last season I was competing with this guy for rank 2. Okay, the rank 1 was like me. It was super far ahead, 1,000 points ahead of everyone. But me and the other guy, we were competing for the rank 2, and for the whole season, it was just him and me. Yep. It was so fun. Of course, at the end I won, but.
You have to say that, that has to be mentioned.
Just,
don't let the record show Indez never loses.
I say, if you never quit, you never lose. Okay, so so I understand. As a competitive person, you require to have people that
you need rivals. You need rivals. You need people, and you need people who push you, because they push you to be better as well. That's the thing. You're pushing both of you are pushing each other to become better and learn
so
new
much
strategies.
better. My Barb skill, it was the first season I started to play Barb. I went from being not a noob, because I have PvP knowledge from World of Warcraft and things, but I just improved so much, and especially now in this season, because now I know how to min-max my character, right? I understood, because last season I was okay, what is 42? If I do I go with 2 pieces for 2 stats pieces 42, then willpower? What are these kind of things? I was still figuring it out, but now I know. And I just skyrocketed, and that's why I'm able to do these videos as a free to play, just smashing everything, because I made this PvP guide that even I got whales and spenders saying that they got a lot of value from it, because there's I should have been a YouTuber and made 30 videos out of the 30 topics that I cover in a full guide, but I now I actually wanted to ask you something. For me personally, as a creator, I make things in a that I wish that existed back in the day when I was starting to play the game. The information is not that it is in existence, but it's so scattered. Into 10 videos or plus 20 Reddit posts plus whatever, So I thought to myself, man, I wish I had these more 0 to hero kind of guides. For example, I really like the guides of Orats, the DPS 1 hour.
The DPS guide,
I'm that kind of player.
Diablo Immortal PhD. It gives you, at the end of the video, he gives you a certificate.
Exactly. The workshop. That's actually so funny, man.
I love to have these. These things are incredibly important. Having these things versus not having them makes a huge difference, in my opinion. I mean,
and I can see
it keeps the game alive. It keeps the game alive.
You share what is exciting for you, right? And
exactly.
And I do the same, and I feel like the moment we stop doing that, it's just like, or this became a job and we're just doing for the views, or you just like ready to move on to another game, because you know. So that's why also I reach out to you, because I really can see, and I feel like it's clear. It's clear that when you see someone that is excited about sharing something, they will share it, and just the tone, the everything about it. So that's one of the things that draw me a lot to your channel, was how excited you were to fucking spread, like sharing a spreadsheet.
No, it's just the things because I've taken the time to learn these things.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I wish someone else would have shared this information with me. I would have been so happy. So if it's the content that I make is content that I really love to watch myself. It's something that if somebody else made, I would be so hyped to watch this kind of content. And that's kind of the focus in my mind.
100%.
Would I love to watch this? And if the answer is yes, then I'm putting out the video. If the answer is no, then I put it on the shelf and just leave it there for a rainy day, maybe. Or something.
I know, like there is like if you were wanted to become a YouTuber or anything, like there is this side of yours that goes into search, like what is the best thing, and then people say audience, niche, blah blah blah,
the metrics,
all the metrics, and I say, bro, all I can say is like after all this study, just do whatever the fuck you want and you're passionate about, and just share it. Share
if you're passionate, that's the main thing. Passion,
because I think
if you're passionate about it, it will work out.
It will come. Like you said to me, like, oh my god, you're so hyped, or whatever you said in the beginning of the call. Like you are drawn to my video because you feel like I'm excited, and it brought like some refresh thing into the Diablo community. And the first, thank you. I appreciate that. But for me, it's not like I turn off the camera and now I'm a boring dude. Of course, like sometimes I'm tired, but when I'm even like with my wife, I share like things with her, like oh my god, I had like this match that I fucking killed like 24 people like in a row, and I was just like banging, and she's like, oh yeah, oh that's so nice, oh my god. Like, I love her so much. Okay, she's like the sweetest. But I have that excitement because I think I'm a little fucking kid, man. Like inside, if I get like two, like I got these plushies. I got these plushies right here.
Kid in a candy shop. No, we all are to some extent.
And I love that. If a game is not bringing that out of me, I know it's right. It's time. It's time to move on.
Time to move on.
Yeah. And if one day I have this feeling towards whatever it is, the game, the Barbarian, whatever, it's time to move on. But I'm really happy to connect with you because like first, you're a fun dude. I love to speak with you, man. I can be here like hey wife, I think I got in love now. I'm gonna trade.
We're gonna get married now.
Yeah, we're gonna get married. Me and Mao are gonna get married now. I just have to wait. Let me text Crane because we had a date also. Oh my god. Okay.
No, but let's get back on topic, man. I feel like this podcast is going to be all over the place, but I think it's fine. I'm enjoying it.
Is fine. We are keeping a line, but of course, like we're gonna. But everything is related and connected. It's not like everything is like going all over the place.
It's true.
Maybe the wife part, but she deserves a shout out sometimes. So, Gauntlet, for me.
Oh, Hellslayer, you mean Hellslayer? We haven't mentioned the rating for Hellslayer, I think.
Yeah, it's the raids. Oh, sorry.
Raids.
So, oh, okay. So raids, D tier.
D tier,
yeah, it's just boring.
We just went on a huge rant about competition in the game.
Yeah.
Where is the competition for raids?
No, there's no competition.
Where is the competition?
There's an artificial leaderboard for speed that nobody cares.
Warbands. Yeah, for warbands. And it's warband only. Yeah.
Who the fuck goes and checks that except like Kiltuzad, which is like my leader. Like he likes it. But it's such a niche of a niche of a niche, like nobody cares. I think we could have like some hardcore mode, like a hard mode. That would be cool, sometimes not everything. This is what like sometimes the developers have to understand, that not everything you add to the game needs to be required. Some things can just be fucking fun, like if you add a hard mode into the game, okay,
right,
and you put like a leaderboard, and maybe for the top 10 you give like a small skin. That's another thing that I'm feeling like I really enjoyed on the speedrun event, that I had like that thing on their feet.
Portrait. The portrait. For 30 the portrait and the cosmetic. The Nimbus. It's like a Nimbus.
The cosmetic on their feet. Yeah. That was cool. That was the thing I was excited, because I'm free to play. I don't have access to these kind of things, right? So I was excited for that. It's okay. My for 30 days, I'm gonna, my feet is gonna look cool. Feet fetish. Let's go. So. Then PvP is the same. So just sometimes just put like some extra rewards in terms of like skins. So for example, World of Warcraft did such a good job when it came to like, if you were Gladiator rank 1, I had like these mounts, right? Like the Merciless Gladiator mount, or the Vengeful Gladiator mount, which is like only for the top of the top. Here was like a permanent reward, which you can also give. But man, yeah, it's cool to be rank 1 in BGs and get like 80 gems. But where is my fucking title? Where is my cosmetic?
Something special.
What is the
like a season weapon. 1? Yeah, like season 1. This one is for season 1. This one's for season 2.
What? Yeah,
I think they've tried to do that for Gauntlet. They've tried to do that for Gauntlet, but it isn't quite there yet, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It would be. Yeah.
It's the thing is like the best reward comes from the Gauntlet too, which is like that skin, like the skin.
The skin, yeah.
But again, I'm not saying for you to get a freebie from clearing. I'm saying that can stay. You clear the raid, you get a freebie.
Yeah.
I'm saying add some flavor on the competition.
The accomplishments that you do.
Scraps doesn't inch my balls. Okay, like I don't want more scraps. Give me something to get me like really, like pumped.
Excited,
Because imagine like even imagine this BGs, which most people hate, but if there was a special skin, for even like for the 30 days period of time, people will be excited to farm it. Maybe like the 30 days will actually turn off a bit, like the competition. But imagine like it was permanent. Of course, I know that we are asking for more resources to be applied to hard style cosmetics, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But man, just make it like one, and then just make like change the color each season. Like you don't always have to make like a brand new skin, or reuse a skin from the past that is really cool and had with a different color. I'm making it sound like very easy, but I also I work, so I know that things take effort. So sometimes you can also be smart about things and just give it with things that are already existent in the game, but you're just now repurposing it in a new way.
New way. Yeah.
So what do you think about like these rewards for like end game competent like gauntlets or the battlegrounds?
Man, I would love it. I mean, as another thing, like Diablo Immortal is the only game where, like, let's say I'm someone who's pushing level, even server first. Let's say there's not even a text that's printed, like Path of Exile. If you played it, anytime someone does anything, it says this player so and so is the first person to do that. You know what I mean? Just print it out.
Yeah. And World of Warcraft also had that. The thing. First person.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't even have. I mean, for challenge rifts, this exists, but challenge rifts are kind of. I mean, they're kind of a meme at this point. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I mean, I'm going for first clears after I reach, but it's still, even then, it's not fun. Yeah. So I would love to see. I would love to see something that shows your accomplishments. Yeah, but that shows your accomplishments. Yeah.
Why don't you feel like to push challenge rift? Because you're gonna get a few hilts, but mainly it's gonna be the scraps and a few hilts. Oh, I'm so excited! Oh my god, I'm gonna lose like here 10 hours just trying to beat this level for the 800 or 1000 scraps. Like, who in his right mind is gonna do this?
No one.
Also. What, like, I'll say 100% of the people that can clear that level high are spenders, right? So most likely they have jobs.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm doing it. That's the reason why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Just to prove that I'm grinding. I mean, I'm not free to play, not even close.
Just a casual.
But I'm for for someone who's playing a game from day one, it could have been. I could have been. I could have spent on the game a lot more. My resonance could be. I would say it's maybe slightly above average for somebody who's spent this long time playing the game, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But when I first started pushing challenge rifts, I think my resonance was only 2,000. And when I got my first clear on the server, my resonance was only 2,000. And I was saying, I was so happy with this achievement. It was like one of my proudest moments in the game, is to show that someone who's not spending so much in the game is able to achieve this much. And that's this is why I'm still doing it to this day, is just to show, okay, there's this sense of accomplishment. It's not just fully pay to win, guys. There is a way out.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And I think this is the reason why you also push PvP and people are drawn to your channel, is because they see, okay, they shit on the game. They say this game is pay to win, and then they've got this guy who's coming up. He's free to play. He's showing all of these builds, one-shotting people, one-shot mechanics, doing very well, 4K plus score in BG, and they're like, wow, like this is inspiring, you know?
Yeah. It also doesn't. Just because me and you exist, it doesn't mean like pay to win still doesn't exist. You know, pay to win, it is here. Yeah. So, like some people have like on the comments, like, oh, so you're saying that the game is full free to play? And no, I'm not saying that. Like, of course, I'm aware that it is a pay to win game, but. Here's how I see, like the level that you think that you can min-max your character as a free-to-play, you think like is 1 to 10, and in reality you can push it like 1 to 100, you know? So if you really min-max it really well, you are losing, you're gonna gain a lot more power. And the amount of message that I received, and probably you also did from like doing your guys' thing, it's just like, is overwhelming. I was like, oh, I've been playing this game for like 1 year, and I didn't know about this, you know, or man, you got me excited to play Battlegrounds for the first time. I got to Legend, you know.
I hope that this isn't lost. I hope that this is. I want to see more of this. This is what I want to see more of in Diablo Immortal. I want to see more chances for players to prove themselves and to show that they're able to min-max as much as possible. And I mean, pay to win is going to exist. It's never, like you said, it's never going away. It will always be there. Yeah, I mean, it's too late now to get rid of the system. You know, if we could go back in time, maybe they could have done it different. Who knows? But for now, it's here to stay. I just want there to be more opportunities. Like this, with the speedrun event that we talked about is another example. People can have that sense of kind of competition without there being this pay to win factor involved. And Wild Brawl, which we have now, which we made a video about as well, it's the same thing. We need more of these kind of chances for players to engage with the game and have this sense of competition.
Conqueror and a Wild Brawler.
Yes.
Like, if you know what you're doing as a free to play, bro, it's so fun. It is literally the only
and not just for free to play, not just for, I've had whales who love this mode. I've seen whales that are back to back playing this. Some whales hate it, I'm not gonna lie, but some of them really, really love it. So it depends on the player. It depends on the player.
No, I feel like why I said mainly free to play, because it's the only modes that you feel like it's a bit more balanced, you know.
Yeah.
So I completely understand. Like if you're a whale and you've spent like $10,000 on this game, you're probably not gonna be happy that you wanna be face rolled by a free to play player. That so I understand this side. So that's why they like to play more BGs, because they want to feel stronger, and that's why they invest.
Not all of them. Not all of them. I have met a few whales. Yeah,
but
because sometimes it does get boring up there at the top when you're so high and you don't have that sense of competition.
But with $10,000, you're not that high. Let's be honest.
Yeah, true.
Oh my god, you can literally just buy a house with a few accounts. Anyways, let's talk about Vanguard.
Yeah, the new mode.
The new mode.
The big shiny mode. Yeah,
it is. What do you think about it?
I mean, the problem is the major update that we had. I was so hyped for it, and I was hoping for so much more. And there was so much stuff that's in the roadmap that was promised. I think that this is the problem with what you said about the roadmap being shared to us. This is one of the side effects, negative side effects.
Expectations, I guess, delivery.
Yeah, the expectations, the reality. Yeah. Like if this mode had come like in a minor update or something, or like as a limited time event, I would be saying this mode is amazing. Like it's really cool to have this gameplay, but It's just unfortunate that it was like the main attraction, let's say, in the major update. That's what kind of made it a bit less appealing to play. But now actually that I've had more time playing it, I would say it's pretty decent. I would say I enjoy it more than raids. I'll say that because
100%.
Because it is. I mean, the way it's designed is it's supposed to be kind of like raids with how it's designed now. It's like 5 per week, and raids is also 5 per week. The rewards wise, I'm enjoying the rewards more in Gauntlet, and I'm enjoying the gameplay more. So, like raids rewards for me personally, like I said, doesn't give me anything. So, this is why I'm enjoying the Gauntlet.
Vanguard.
Sorry. Apologies.
I agree with you, man. I feel like, man, the beginning was so exciting, like to find the strategy to go and beat. Like that's the thing. Here in this mode, I felt like because your total power is not okay. It is connected to your combat rating, but it feels like a modern approach where it mainly dictates how good your amulet is, right? Like the charm.
Your charm.
Yeah, your charm. So because of that, I felt like, okay, this is how it should be. Now I have to actually, for level 4. In the beginning was tough. Like it made it exciting that you had to go and try to find it was like literally the first time in this game that I had to think about a comp, like Tempest with the chest, 3 barbarians, one like with thunder, the other one with the armor breaker, and the other one with like the whirlwind that also boosts the damage in the demon shout. So we managed to clear that with like very low charm, and of course, like we had one Tempest. It was like being the carry. It was doing a lot of damage. But again, if he was alone, probably could not have done without the party, because I also like the party was like boosting him a lot, even though like is a high, not like too high res, but I think it's like 4 or 5k. So if you are free to play or like lower reso, or like you not just go like into a more support, like, so imagine you have like 3 supports and 1 damage carry, and we are able to do. I think that was very interesting, made me really excited to do that comp. But now it's more like, hey guys, who wants to be carried to Vanguard level 4? Also Barbarian is super strong in this mode.
Yep, agree.
Okay, what do you feel about the answers, the new magical attributes?
They had the boss affixes, right? You mean the boss affixes that we have?
No, not the bosses. I'm talking about like when you get the weapon, the new magic attributes.
Oh, right. Like the LaSalle's effect, the LaSalle effect, the
when you trigger ulti.
Yeah, I think they're okay.
Yeah,
not amazing, I'd say. Yeah, not super amazing. The armor break effect from LaSalle seems very interesting. The other 2, I was testing them and they haven't been very impactful for me. The problem, I made a whole video about this, but the problem is that they're tied to your ultimate ability. I think that this is the main problem. And who is using ulti? Almost no one in this game is using ulti. Yeah. Even primary attack builds don't use ulti. They just keep using primary attack. Yeah.
To be fair, I'm using more now because I have that skill. So in me, I actually made the change because especially, for example, in PvP, but in PvP you can only use it once in the match. It makes a difference. I got like that whirlpool, the guy that's
the whirlpool, the CC effect.
It is like for PvP is actually, I'm not gonna say it's broken because you only can use once in the time in the BG, but it can literally.
It was impactful.
It is impactful because. Know what I do? Before every battleground, I do like
you charge
I charge it.
The dummy. The dummy. Yeah.
So before I used to
doing the same.
Yeah, before I used to just like stay near the NPC. Now I go there. I charge it up, and especially in the beginning where it's like these choke points, right? Where people are gonna be all stacked up. Is the best time to use it, and then it is cool sometimes to get you out of your base. So. Yeah, that's all I use. It's unfortunate that you can only use it once in the battleground. But in PvE, sometimes I still use it with the lace break. But if I'm playing Ulta, I never use it because yeah. So I feel like if they boost it a bit to make it like maybe 25% chance on the ultimate and like 1 or 2% chance normally, that'll be fucking insane. Like
that could be interesting. Yeah,
that could be interesting.
Yeah, but I feel like for this being the only reward of the mode, I would have liked to seen a bit more. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
because
here's the thing: if they make it like more rewarding, it's gonna be mandatory again. And the reality is like I enjoy the fact that we have a cool mode that is fun to play, and I can literally just skip it. When was the last time you had something cool that you could skip and not being obliged to actually go and do it? I still do it because it's fun, and that's the thing. That's the main thing. Going back to the fun, I do it because it's fun. I do it because I'm actually doing something. I'm doing the mechanics. Then I have the boss. How the hell is this boss way more tanky than the raid boss? Like, does that make any sense? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I feel like Vanguard, it is a much modern approach to what raids could be. I think they can learn a lot from Vanguard. I feel like overall is a successful experience that if they apply to the core game, which is the raids and the Gauntlet, they could do like so much better. So
just please not the lag. Don't bring the lag. Don't bring the lag to raid. That's the one thing.
Lag is always an issue. Are you Immortal right now, or are you Shadow?
Yeah, I'm Immortal. Yeah, so that's another.
Okay. Rest in peace. Rest in peace with
the lag. Rest in peace. Yeah, this is insane to me. Like, how is this in the game? I don't understand.
I was Immortal for 5 weeks. I was lagging for 5 weeks. Go back to Shadow. It's not worth it.
Yeah, the worst is when you have multiple of you in the same party.
It's crazy.
All of you in the same party. It's crazy. Yeah. It's unplayable. It's literally unplayable.
Yeah.
How is this in the game? I don't understand.
I only. You know what? I mainly only recruit from shadows. I rarely go to the world chat because if you're Immortal, I don't want to. I have nothing against you. I just don't want you to lag my party. It's not
another party. Another party.
Yeah.
Stay away from me.
Yeah, it's not personal. It's just business. Like it's just lag. It's just...
No, but this is. I mean, that's a huge point that I think they need to fix.
It's ludicrous that the highest price you have on the game is literally get fucked with lag. You're like, oh, I'm an Immortal. Okay, I'm gonna eat my life for the next 5 to 7 weeks.
Yeah.
No, it should. I don't even know how they can fix that.
Yeah. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of we had, and I don't know if you know about. There's another content creator, or used to. I'm not sure if he still makes videos. His name is JT All Business. I'm not sure if you know about him. He does
JT
really,
All Business here.
Yeah. So in the first, I remember watching him when the game first released, and he made a video about having such high resonance that he wasn't able to enter the battlegrounds. Right.
I know. I watched Asmongold.
This is what, the Asmongold memes. Yeah, this is what kind of it reminds you of being Immortal. Is you're fighting so hard, clans are fighting so hard for this blessed rain cosmetic, and then at the end you reach there and you realize, what am I actually getting? Like what I'm getting lag. You're literally you're paying or competing to lose. Like
no, it's
to get debuffed.
Yeah,
it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
Immortal debuff is getting 200% of lag.
It's insane to me. Yeah. It's insane to me that the core design of the game still has this issue. Yeah.
Who becomes usually Immortal? Spenders. How are you literally fucking up the whales? Like the whales are the ones that they carry the game. We all know that, but it is like a handshake. Free to play and whales, they need each other, because you're only a whale because you have free to play to smash, and free to play also needs whales. Sometimes you have like gauntlets and all these things, and you want to be carried. Like that. That's just how it is. So they live together in harmony, and do you feel like sometimes it's cringe whenever you have like pay to win or the free to play players going against each other. Like, okay, we all know our the Reddit, right? It's like full of crybabies all the time. Like literally, like
No.
that subreddit is so toxic.
You're calling them out. You're calling them out.
But every day there is like, oh, matchmaking is so bad. Oh my god, it's like, oh my god, bro. This. You know, I used to watch that Reddit more often, and sometimes I still scroll there. But I just realized 90% is just dog shit. So I just wait for like one post that is actually clever and it has like good data. And, you know,
this podcast, it feels like therapy for Indez. You know, just let it all out. You know, let all out all the frustrations of the week or of the month.
Okay, am I lying? Tell me something.
No,
am I lying?
No. I wouldn't say no.
Am I saying
there is some truth? There is 100% some truth to what you're saying. 100%.
So,
yeah.
Maybe sometimes I'm a bit biased, but I always speak from the truth side. So, and if you've been on that Reddit, you know what I'm talking about. You know. So, Vanguard, I will put this. You know what? I will not say S tier, but it is very close for me to S tier. And for the reason that I told you, it is not
compulsory. Not compulsory to play.
Not compulsory to play.
You don't have to play.
You can just go for fun. I enjoy it, at least for now. I feel like the ramping up is very pleasant to actually go from like rank 1 charm
1, 2, 4. Yeah.
That was like very, very fun. I feel like I felt like, damn, you know, we did this. You know, like it's probably the first time I felt that. Maybe you guys felt that like with the Gauntlet 3, but I was still a newbie. Maybe next to Gauntlet, I will do it. So, you know, in that sense, rewards is okay to be not as good. But I feel like the weapon effects are really cool. Every time I use the whirlpool, it feels good. You know, like it feels like I'm summoning like this water beast. And so I will put that S tier. I feel like it's not S minus. Okay, S minus. It's not perfect. It can be better. Hopefully they're gonna increase like the levels, like 5, 6, 7. You know, make it like infinite scaling and just let us have fun. You know, like you go to maximum level 20 charm, and then you can just keep like infinite scaling, trying to find out where is the best party comp to just, you know, like that's fun. That's just like out of my head. What about you?
Well, you said we should try to have 2 parts of it. It's the fun part, the fun aspect, right? And then the more objective aspect, which is, are the rewards worth it, right?
Yeah.
So because of that, for me, I can't quite put it at S tier. I mean, I do really like the gameplay, but and it's nice to have a mode, like you said, that isn't like FOMO style.
Yeah.
But I just wish there was something. I wish that it worked a bit differently, maybe the way the rewards are, because there's just for so many classes, the ulti doesn't feel like it's a part of the game that it's very like people are really trying to. There aren't any builds, let's say, that are focused around your ulti or anything like that, because it's so rare to pull off the ulti, like you said. With like for example in BG, the whole match you can only do it once. Like and let's say you're playing raids or gauntlets. How many times are you going to use your ulti? Once the whole time, probably. So I just wish that maybe this was, I mentioned also this in my video, but I just wish it was maybe tied to something else. Maybe like you said, the solution is like to have it as a random chance for it to happen without using your ulti, or having, I think I said in my video, like maybe having it as a separate skill or something like that, or maybe lowering the time of charging up your ulti. I also mentioned something like that. Yeah, I just wish they kind of look at this one more time and just say, is it really worth? Is this whole affixes, are they worth it for players, for the average player? Yeah,
I feel
but in
like...
terms of fun, I really like mode. I agree with you. I really enjoyed the mode. Now that it's been out for a couple of weeks and I've had time to experience all the different charms and messing around with all the systems, messing around with different comps, it's nice. Yeah. That part of the game is nice.
So what is the rating for you? You didn't say.
For me, I would say currently with how it is, B+. I would say B+ for me. Okay. Yeah.
So
that's the rating.
You know why I gave like S-, because you know you were talking about like the drops and these things. What will make you like S+ for me? of course, like the scaling having more levels and maybe a bit more competitive, but I feel like whenever I look at these game modes, like new game modes, I feel like there is a missing opportunity to, for example, even to hidden layers, to repurpose content. So I think that, imagine this: you have the green set items, and on Diablo 4, if you want to add an extra socket, you go kill the world boss, for example, and the world boss is gonna give you these kind of, looks like a bullet. I don't know the name. Prismatic. Okay, doesn't matter. You apply on your gear, and now it gives you an extra slot, an extra socket.
Yes.
So
yes,
imagine
yes.
like you have like
this
perfect item, like a 3 out of 3, but it has 2 sockets. Like there's a devastating moment. So imagine you can go and farm Vanguard, and it has a chance to drop this item, right? So I feel like putting resources that they are not mandatory to do all the time, but it's more like, okay, I need this material. I can go to here. Okay, I need to change the sockets of the color of the sockets of my gear on the rings. Okay, I'm gonna do hidden layers, and the final boss is gonna drop me like these resources that I can apply on my rings, and it's gives me like this RNG way to change the colors until like so I have all these ideas that you can repurpose content in a way that it is not that you don't have to do weekly. You just have to do it whenever you need to.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's a very interesting idea. I like that. I like that adding sockets to your game. I mean, we've already put this forward, I think so.
Yeah, because like, wouldn't that be more interesting than just like, I know like
like a chase item? You mean like something to chase for, like a really
like you build up
chance.
you build up on your gear, and a lot of people are saying that okay, you can just I add a socket if I put like 25 whispers, not whispers in the
wisps,
yeah, okay, but what if you create something else a bit more exciting, like you're gonna farm now this material in a different place, rather than just having to farm like 100 more dungeons to have like 25 wisps. Okay, so these just like random ideas, and if they
brainstorming,
they start adding all these modes like hidden layers, which now is dead in the water, and the Vanguard, they will just be like way better, because hidden layers as a concept, it is cool. Like you have this dungeon that opens out of the way, and you want to go there, but the way they made, like they literally forced you to run that shit every week. It was,
people are sick of it. People got so sick of it.
People are so sick of it. So the way to reframe and is to give like a new purpose that right now it doesn't have. So last 2 ones. We have Terror Rifts, Oblivion Pillars, and Hell Bounty, Hellslayer Bounty.
Hellslayer Bounties.
Which is like, I'm gonna put like all in one. What do you think about this?
The only thing I don't like is the Terror Rifts. The Terror Rifts of that. I mean, Oblivion is fine. Hellslayer is fine, in my opinion. Both of these are fine, and the weekly rewards we get are also pretty nice.
Top notch.
Yeah, top notch. Yeah, really like them. Yeah. The thing I don't like about it is that the timing, the really rigid timing of the terrorists is so frustrating. Annoying. It's like one of the most frustrating things in the game.
It doesn't make any sense. Like this is 2024, man. Why we have so many time-gated shit? Like, I just don't know. It's such an old school concept of making games. Like it literally feels like it's being made by boomers. Because if you go play these modern games like Honkai or Genshin Impact, you're gonna see like these very modern, clever ways that keep people engaged more with the game than like having this frustration coming out like for these time gates. There is no single reason for time gated events PvE in this sense. Like why? Just make like a random Terror Rift party. Imagine
like Elder Rifts, I guess. Like Elder Rifts,
Elder Rifts, or like I go to the portal and it's like a fine party, or I go to the Codex and instead of like random dungeon, it's like random Terror Rift. and now I'm gonna be matched with 4 people in a random Terra Rift map. Why not? You know? And I could do that in 2 hours instead of like spending a fucking full day or 3 days or 4 days to farm those 10 Terrances. It's like, but okay. The good thing is like if you're a whale, which I'm not, or the spender, you can literally just go to the action house and say, "Fuck, I don't care about
skip this completely.
Skip this, and I just buy the 10 Terrances for like what 4K plat, and I'm done." If I was a whale or a spender, I will 100% do that. I wouldn't care at all, like to invest time into doing the terrorists. But the gear is fucking amazing, though. You know,
especially for some classes. Yeah, like we mentioned already, Tempest. It's insane. Like it literally changes the way you play the build.
Yeah,
that's how I would have liked the boss gear as well to be, the boss affixes from Vanguard. I wish it was as impactful or makes some builds like work a bit better or something like that. Could have been really cool.
You know what we didn't even mention because it sucks so hard is the affixes from Abyssal.
The affixes from Abyssal.
Oh my god, and Erebban. Like, okay, they have some sneaky mechanics, but overall it's just a clutter. To the nobody's actually using that. So I will rate these, in my opinion, is okay. I'm gonna separate. I'm gonna put Oblivion and Hellslayer bounties. I enjoyed it. I think it's a A+ tier.
And the really cool thing about it, I like it as well, is that you're not like, let's say you don't feel like doing it for a week. What they added is now it rolls over, and they've done this with the battle pass as well. I really like both of these changes that they made: rolling battle pass and also rolling Terra Essence. You know, the Terra Essence reward it makes it a lot more fun to do. Like you work at your own pace, you farm at your own pace.
Yeah,
so.
I agree. Terrorists, D tier. D tier, not the mod itself inside, because I actually think it's not that bad. I think it's enjoyable. It's the time gate. The time gate makes it like bottom tier, like useless.
It feels really rigid as well. Like how many times have you got into a Terra Rift and you have so much time left and you're just scratching your head? There's nothing to do. You're just like watching paint dry.
The 4th tower. You're talking about the 4th tower that you wait.
The 4 tower system. You wait for them to appear. Not only do you wait for them to appear, but after you finish the 4th, there's nothing to do. You just leave the rift, I guess.
Yeah.
Or you farm. You farm more Stygian. You farm more of the fragments, so you get a better mail reward. Like you're hoping that you get like a legendary in your mail, the one that comes like once in a blue moon.
Just leave. I wish they could speed up the tower respawn. That actually is such a good feedback you're giving. Because I completely forgot, but it is every Monday. I'm remember that how bad that sucks that I have to literally spend like 3 minutes waiting for the 4th tower. You know, I'm literally standing on the waypoint waiting for it. So
it's horrible. It's
horrible. So many things, so much potential. I feel like the mod is not bad. So much potential, but it's like it can be well improved upon. And well, last but not least, we have Accursed Towers. What do you think about Accursed Towers? I feel like I have fun.
So Accursed Towers, there's different parts of it, right? Like Accursed Towers, there's the individual reward that you're getting, right? The weekly chest reward, right? You're getting 3 chests for every tower that your clan has, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is like the PvP side or purification, like the part where you're actually trying to get the tower, right? There's getting the tower, and then there's also getting the weekly rewards of the tower. So that's the 2 parts of it. So for the Accursed Tower, I would say the weekly rewards, like what can you get? Let's just think about this. You can
1 RNG legendary crest is
RNG legendary crest.
Is the
legendary items or set items, is the only thing that matters. Yeah, true. Or crystals. You also do get crystals, but it's such a low amount.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Crystals to upgrade. Yeah, it's such a low amount. Like maybe over years this could make a difference, but it's just
Like what?
Okay, it gives you like what? It's like 3 or 4, something like that.
3 or 4 per reward. Yeah, so it's like 12, 12 in a week.
16,000 or 18,000.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Listen, I'm probably gonna die before I even get an upgrade from that. Okay.
you're gonna inherit your crystals to your kids.
Yeah,
like, hey,
my
kids, I'll have all my crystals.
Hey, my grandchild. Here's my testimony.
my precious crystals. Yeah.
Oh my god. No, I
don't know what.
I feel like in terms of like those weekly rewards, they could do much better. Now we have 3 towers. I actually ranted about these on my community post because I was doing them and it's like, bro, I did. It was already a struggle for me to do too, and I know how to do it fast. Okay, like I know you do the the 400 shards. I know that it still takes time. That's the whole point. And now we have an extra tower. Like we have 3 towers to do that, and it's like it is fun. Maybe for the first. Maybe the second was okay.
I mean, at least the good thing about it is you can go in there solo, I would say. The good thing is you're able to do it solo. That's number one. It's open all the time.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take so long compared to some other things. It doesn't take so long to cap, I would say.
Yeah, but it's just like...
that's like the positive.
That's a positive, but for me, it's like time investment / reward. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I know what you're saying.
If I am unlucky and I don't get the legendary crest, bro, I'm gonna hate the fuck.
You feel like you've just wasted.
Yeah, I just wasted my time, literally. So I wish there was a guarantee, of like once a week kind of thing. But overall, I feel like tower is in a decent spot. When it comes to the PvE, like we're talking mainly about like the dungeon and stuff. We're not talking about like the system of the guild, but like we let that for maybe another time.
That can get heavy. Especially the PvP tower, whether your guild can have a PvP tower or not.
It gets like
it's another heavy topic.
Yeah, and also you did a very good job with a very deep guide when it comes like to farm very high level.
Purification.
The purification.
The purification.
6,000, right? So 6,000 shards.
Yeah, almost 6,000.
Yeah, almost 6,000. So if you guys are competing into those guild 2 versus guild, just go check his video. Is actually really good. I linked that video to my guild and I said learn to play noobs. Like we have to literally no, because it's true. Like my guild kind of struggles a bit. Myself included, right? So your video was very helpful for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
And and this is all the PvE game modes, and I think this finished the tier list. I'll put Accursed Tower on A tier. I think B, A or B. I kind of sometimes like I understand you go alone and you can actually go and farm some runes if you want. So it's really good for that. It's also a quick tip. Like if you're the week is almost about to end and you don't have the 30 unbound runes still farmed, go inside the Accursed Tower and just farm that for like 1 hour. You're gonna farm like so many runes.
I would agree with you. I would put it in B. Like if I miss it, if I miss one of them for the week, I don't feel like super annoyed with myself or something. Yeah. So that's why I also.
So we have 10 minutes, okay, to finish this. We're gonna do like bullets, question and answer. Okay. So we have a few topics. We have events, XP leveling, warbands, experience, and pet systems, which I think we already spoke more or less about a few of them. So events we already explored about, but I want to ask you, what is your favorite event until now?
My favorite event from all of them, I would say the first release of Wild Brawl. I was super excited for that. When it first came to the game, that was probably, I was like, I didn't expect they would release a mode like that, because I know they want to keep whales happy and they want to keep the resonance, they don't want to remove resonance from the PvP equation. When the first rotation of this Wild Brawl that it came to the game, I was super happy. So I'm going to rate that right at the top for me. That's my favorite. Yeah.
So Wild Brawl, today I had a much better experience than in the past when I was still learning the game. So I agree. Like Wild Brawler and the Conqueror, now that I understand the game, it is so much better than when I used to do as a newbie. But I will say that I'm a huge Vampire Survivors fan. I think like the game.
Vampire Survivor, Survivor Bane,
and Survivor's Bane, it is probably still the one that I go out of my way to do it. But there is a issue that it just takes so long to make all the quests, you know. I wish they will reduce a bit, you know, because I like to go and kill the butcher. Like you know how they have like those tiers, like it's normal, then you have boss killer, there'll be like 50 kills, and then you have like endless. It's something like that. I don't remember that well. I wish they would reduce the requirements so I can do the quests, the event quests faster, because it literally will take you like 5 to 6 hours if you want to do that. So, Survivor's Bane, Big is my favorite. I think it's also the most. It's not a very exciting answer. Then we have XP and leveling. We already talked about more or less what is like the best classes. We talked about Blood Knight. We talked about Crusader. You said. I also think like Barbarian must feel really nice. Then we have also Necromancer, which I think like with the minions also is like very safe. But for you, what do you think is like the best class?
For leveling?
Yeah.
For leveling, I really like leveling with Crusader. I'm really a big fan of the horse. I can just turn my brain off and ride the horse, and everything just dies around me from the auras. So that's like to me that's the top like leveling. Just relax, brain off. Do something else while you're farming, kind of thing, you know. So it's always my go-to every time I go. Like what I like to do with my pushes is I go Crusader for the push, and then I switch to a class that's decent for challenge rifts, you know, that I like to push the challenge rift. That's usually what I do.
So what is your class for the challenge rift?
For challenge, so I've tried doing it with Crusader, and it was not good. Let me tell you, it doesn't work. There. The class I usually pick is either Wizard? Wizard was okay. Actually, it's not that good, I would say. I mean, it's just mid tier. I would say Wizard is mid tier, in my opinion. Maybe now with all the freeze effects that it has, it could be A or S tier, possibly. But we didn't have those essence when I used to. I would say Tempest is probably the one I'm going for this time around. Is I'm going to go Crusader and then back to the Tempest for this week, for this time's push. Yeah, the Paragon 500 push.
Okay, that sounds interesting. For me, for leveling, I feel like there's not any class. First of all, any class works. Okay, personally, I will pick Barbarian or Crusader because of the obvious things. Mobility. One has sprint, the other has the horse. The Blood Knight, it is not bad at all. I level up, it was fun. The thing is, like, for you to have the mobility required, it's like you cannot be fast and attack at the same time. So it's good to like go and travel around the world, but it's not like you can, you know, kill and keep running, keep running, you know. So in this sense, I feel like these two might be the best, like as a beginner friendly. But I'm thinking of like doing this series that I just started like a level 1, and maybe I'll go like 2. But then it's like I start thinking, okay, do I really want to do that? You know, it is such a level investment level. But I got the character level 1 created, but it's still not gonna happen. So Warband experience. Very quickly, what is your we have like this new thing, 8 to 12. We already mentioned a bit. Do you feel like warbands they could do something better here?
Well, for me personally, I love the warband that I'm in, and we're really close together. I've been in the same warband now for a year and a half, I would say, which is insane. Insane amount of time. And I mean, I'm really loving the system, but for the average player, I would say it's very tough, especially if you're a new player, finding a warband and getting into the game, and the problem is that it's such a huge part of the game as well. I would say, especially
it's so
with the
important.
warband. Yeah, with the warband tableau and with everything like that, and with the raids.
Yeah,
I'm happy that they kind of made solo, like you're now able to clear raids solo and still get some warband activity. That was a good change that I saw that they made. So it's hard to keep the balance for warbands, I would say.
I feel like warbands was something that I only joined like very late into the game. You know, I was unaware of all these things. Also, I have to say that Diablo was one of the first games that when I started to play, like I feel like gamers now, what do? They install the game, and before the game is installed on their phone, they are already watching the beginner's guide, you know? So it's like you don't even log in, you're already like watching the beginner's guide. So I took the approach of like, okay, I'm not gonna check a lot, and I'm just gonna play for the like first 4 or 5 days. So I was like literally blind, and it was so fun. It was so fun. Like I really, if you are starting a game, go blind for the first like few days. Then once you start struggling a bit here and there, then you can go check a guide here and there. Then it's completely fine. But I only started doing like warbands like very late, maybe like 1 or 2 months into the game. So yeah.
The good thing about it is that you have a very good catch up mechanic for the table.
Yeah, like I don't feel like that I'm being
missed out. You don't feel like you missed out on it. Yeah, it wasn't like that when it was first introduced. There was so much FOMO around this table when the system first came, but now it's in a very good spot, I would say. Like players that pick up the game, as long as they can find a warband, then they'll have a decent time, I would say, and be able to catch up.
The concept of like having a clan, a guild, and having like your close group of friends, like, but let's be honest, this is the experience that we're talking from like a veteran player, because most warbands are just like stat check, like oh, we're gonna get together on Mondays and Thursdays at 8 p.m. Okay, good. Go in, make the raid, get out, we out. Or I'm missing like 500 activity points. And okay, we get into the raid. And it's like, and then you don't interact and you don't speak. And this only goes even worse as the more casually you go. Like the more casually you are, the less the worst your warband experience is going to be.
The worst your experience, yeah.
So I feel like they really need to address the new player experience. How do they join? Because you're completely right. I feel like the adjustment to the 12 players, it comes with the right mindset that it is meant to be for the casuals. It's not for you, for me, for very hardcore players. It is for the casual that barely struggles to get like 3-4 members to run the raids. And with that, I feel like it's also important, like going back to the drama, whining, blah, blah, blah. It's also important to have like some empathy, because just because you're like so far ahead and been playing this game for like 2 years, like have some empathy that
put yourself in someone else's shoes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what empathy, like is. It's like you put yourself in other people's shoes.
Literally that. Yeah,
and you try to understand how what are their struggles. This is something that I do as a designer, as a profession, and that's why I told you, like in Vanguard, I have this empathy to understand like what are the struggles for casual players. And in Wild Brawler also, I went with a find party. I don't go with a pre-made. If I go with a pre-made, I could like. It loses all the purpose of me solo carrying, or so empathy is very important.
Or interacting with different people, I guess.
Yeah,
having fun in the community.
No, I don't do that. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Okay. So the last topics, PvE systems. We're gonna go and blast these ones. Charm system.
Quickfire
Sucks. Sucks.
Charm system sucks. Yeah.
Okay, done. Okay. Pet system. No, there's nothing else to say. Okay, it just sucks. Don't waste your plat in it. Move on. Just get like a 2% on your last rate or whatever, and you're good. Pet system. They are remaking this system, so I'm not gonna really talk about what is like now, because I feel like there's so much to improve. I'm just saying that I'm excited for what they're gonna launch. I think like in November or December, the new pet system. Are you excited for that, or do you think it's just gonna be like another major flop that they say it's gonna be a major rehaul, but in reality they're just gonna change the UI?
I mean, I really liked having the pet. I really like having the pet system, the pets in the game in general. Full stop. Like having the ability to pick up stuff and salvage stuff. Like I really like that side of the pet system.
100%.
the side that's basically the quality of life side, right? Like that's the quality of life side, and also having this nice companion that follows you around. That's kind of cool, I guess. It's cute with the effects, Pikachu. With the different effects that they have. Yeah, it's like a Pokemon system kind of thing. Yeah. But the thing I don't like is just how kind of confusing it is. Yeah, convoluted it is, and the problem is that it's tied to spending platinum in the game.
Yeah,
like for free to play players, they always like a lot of players or even new players that don't want to spend a lot of money. They ask me, "Is it worth doing the system?" And I tell them, "Hey guys, just get a salvage pet, equip that pet somewhere, and move on." Honestly, like
and
I just tell them don't even bother.
One saver pet, the cheapest one on the action house.
Yeah, the cheapest one. Yeah. It all comes back to the fact that you're paying to go down. Like you're paying money. It's the same with the Immortal that we talked about, being Immortals, and also getting into BG matches and getting locked out of BG matches because you're paying for resonance. It feels like a lot of the time you're paying in the game and you end up being worse. You end up coming worse out on the other side.
The game
this
really
side of the game sucks.
Yeah. I feel like, okay, if you think about like pet system, there's like training. There is like matching them, like breathing, you know, like did you play or watch Pal World, like this massive success?
That
was fucking fun. I didn't play it. I think I will play it one day. The whole thing was just fantastic, and like the when you think about pets and systems, like you want to have like, I wish I didn't have to leveling up like the pet the way I do. Like I wish I could leveling up like in a more like Pokemon way that, okay, you gonna come with me. Maybe like this will be a struggle to level up like so many pets, but imagine this: you bring the pet with you, and then he levels up. I don't know, like something like a bit more engaging. You know, something like right now is like you said, you get the salvage and you get the savior and you're done. You know. Like I don't interact with anything else.
And the problem is, if you try to improve this, you can actually end up being worse.
Exactly.
That's the main issue. Is let's say you have this savior pet, and obviously, and it's just one legendary skill that it has, which is savior. Let's say you want to add more legendary skills. It's just like 99% of the time you do the conversion, you're going to end up like, who knows what's going to come out on the other side. You're going to come out with something that's worse. You might lose your savior skill. Like it's just horrible.
I hope they really improve on these pets. Everyone loves pets. Okay, there's no one in the world unless you're a psychopath.
They have the melding system. They have the melding system, which kind of lets you have some control over what skills the pet has. But the problem is the melding system doesn't apply to aberrant pets. That's the problem. It only applies to ordinary pets. So
I'm really excited to know what they are gonna do, and probably I'm gonna be crying after I read the patch notes. So last topic was Eliquary combat rating and Ordadrin, but we already spoke about this. Man, what a long ass conversation, huh? This is the Moan and Indez experience.
I lost track of time, man. I'm not good at it.
Yeah, it was a
pleasure. It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure, man. Bro, I can literally speak with you for hours, but I'm getting hungry. I skipped dinner. Do you skip dinner also?
I haven't. Just have my water here.
Okay. Hey, it is what it is. This is for you guys, for the community. It was a big fucking pleasure to have Maul. I really enjoy you as a person now that I met you.
Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Thank you so much for being so kind with your time, so kind with your content. Like overall, you're funny. You laugh about my jokes. I love you for that.
Don't tell your wife about me. Don't tell your wife about me.
Yeah. Hey, honey. No. Okay, no. So, man, thank you so much. We will definitely do this in the future. Was really exciting.
Thank you to the viewers as well. Thank you to everyone who's watching, everyone who likes, comments, subscribes. We wouldn't be doing this, guys, without
Listen,
you.
This is I always do this. This is the secret call. Okay, if you're still watching this, in this moment, you have to put the timestamp. Say, what should they say? Like, just put the timestamp and say like, what was the thing that you liked the most about this episode? We're definitely gonna do that more often. And well, you have last words, or you just already said them?
Well, no, just thanks to everyone once again. Please remember, this was all Indez's idea. He reached out to me. I'm really happy to be here. It's a pleasure to be here, but this wouldn't be possible with the energy level and excitement that Indez is bringing. And I'm really happy that he's having all of these different creators and bringing the community together. It's just a pleasure, to be honest, to be here. Yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. Yeah.
Of course, man. Of course, always. And thank you also from my side. Thank you for watching. It means like you're an actual lunatic if you watch 4 hours of this content. So without any further ado, thank you so much. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one.
Peace.